Hello! I wonder if this is working. Hopefully it is. Hopefully, he says, it is. Now let's see. We've got an excellent connection according to YouTube. And the chat is live. So hopefully, it's working. Hello everyone, how are we all doing today? As you can guess, I've been having an interesting day or so. And I've been looking forward to this. Hello everyone. Hello DGB40. Hello Rick Basava. Hello Peter Dawson. Hello Paul from Chicago. Isn't it Mother's Day next weekend? Or is that a US-UK thing? US next weekend. UK's already happened. Thankfully I remembered. Usually the Sunday before my birthday. Hello Carl Gasberg. Rick Basava. Hello Abzaski. Hello Kahidran. Hello Carl Gaz. Well, hello. Praisal. Hello Vice Admiral Nelson. Hello Petminter. Hello Nook. Hello Tim Sims. Hello Doc Alpha. Hello Admiral. Hello Effenhund. Hello Keidron. If it's just a QA thing, we demand FRA or TAFRA. Okay, well, they're demanding it. I know. They are demanding it. Oh, alright. There we go. Hello. At least until he goes for his tea time, we are joined by the FRA, who has basically turned up to say hello to everyone and tell you all that he says he feels much love for you all. Hello. Now, you keep focusing on the camera and you wave.
Hello. My name is Raleigh. How are you all?
Ugh, caramba. So how are we all doing? Yes, it's mainly a Q&A session, but I will be also going through some of the questions that were posed in Patron, which didn't do the live votes, and I'm going to be giving some quick answers to them. If you enjoy that. Basically, it's easier for me to question and answer than to read whole sections of book at the moment. Although, there is a limit to how much I can read around a fluffy head. Hello, Sam Thompson. Hello, Bugguy829. Hello, Mikael Agnes. I don't think I've seen you before, so hello. Hello, Sean Brennan. Hello. Yes, cute doggy. This is, of course, for those who haven't seen him before, the fluffy research assistant. He usually likes to join up when I'm discussing very, very big guns. For some reason, he has an how do I put it? An affinity for rather large guns. What can I say? He's a poodle. Anyway, so 2 things today. I was watching Drax. Very cool Patron dry dock today, the full 5-hour one. I have so far managed to get through 3.5 hours of it, with it on in the background while I was doing other things. And so it put me in mind of a certain battle. And the battle is... That's the wrong one, the wrong slide. If I can get it right. The battle, and this is the painting by Robert Dodd of it, so done much, is the 1804 Battle of Pulla Ara. And the reason it put me in mind of it was because the question was, has there ever been a battle where warships have won by looking like civilian ships? And honestly, no. But this entire battle is fought between 1 brig and 29 merchantmen, mostly of the East India Company, on behalf of Britain, and 1 ship of the line, 2 frigates, a corvette and a brig on the side of the French. And the British win. And the British win because Commodore Dunce basically does his best to make his big East Indiaman look like their ships of the line. And so the French commander, Charles Linot, understandably decides that they must be the British fleet, and he hasn't got the force to face them. And it's a rather interesting battle, and I am considering doing a more in-depth discussion of it, because honestly, I can't think of many battles which were won entirely by bluff. And this one is entirely by bluff. Hello, you. What are you up to now? Oh, you're basically just blocking me from being able to see the whole screen. Okay. Alright. Hello. There you are. Hello, Agnes Flo. Hello, Magnus. Pepperminter linked to me. Oh, cool. Thank you, Pepperminter. Hello, Brad Pitter. Okay. One would not want to deny the FRA from T-Type. I'm assuming that wasn't T-Type. No, not yet. Although, never joke, he might end up taking up golf at some point. Hello, Greg Starsky. Hello, Pepperminter. Hello, Peter Dawson. And hello, Purple Signal. I'm on a shrub. Doctor, I'm going to ask. Patron, can you explain some of the other missions of Western Navies besides sea control, i.e. icebreaking? We see there's lots of things around control of the sea. But more importantly, why do you exercise control of the sea? So you can use the sea. And in the case of, again, the Battle of Pulo Ora, it's a classic use of the sea battle. These are merchant ships. They are doing a merchant convoy thing. They are going to Britain with lots and lots of money. This is critical to the economy, but this is not really sea control. This is one of the benefits of sea control. So there's no point controlling a seaway if it's a permanently impassable ice flow, because, well, then you've got the Arctic. And frankly, does anyone notice that the Arctic is that thriving an area of sea commerce? In fact, if you consider of all the oceans around the world, where usually, if you look around the world, if you get one of those maps of the Earth, which is at night, where all the lights are, imagine the whole Earth, dark for some reason, and flat, which it's not. All the lit up areas would basically be around the coast. Yes, there are some areas inland, but often those areas have very good connections to the coast, i.e. the Liverpool to Manchester ship canal. There's a reason it exists. So icebreakers, sea control, fisheries protection, all these missions are linked towards the commerce of the sea. I have controlled the sea, so I can move forces backwards and forwards, but more importantly, I can move trade backwards and forwards. This is why in World War II, despite all the efforts the Germans put into their submarine warfare, did the convoys ever stop flowing backwards and forwards? No. The trade, or more so importantly, the flow of supplies, keeps on going. And that's critical. That's how you win a war. If the sinews of war are infinite money, those sinews are run along the sea, along the ocean. Because internal economy is great if you have a large enough country and a large enough population. But that's not going to keep you going forever, as good old Napoleon found out on several occasions. You need to have the commerce going around, and that's because, for some reason, distance adds value. I can't think why. Peter Dawson, he doesn't cry. He is only small. Aren't you, fluffy research assistant? Well, he thinks he's small. He also thinks he's a lapdog, as you can tell. Wish you better. Good afternoon, Dr. Clark. I hope you feel better. I'm feeling okay. I'm just, as I said, I'm finding reading. I tried it this morning, and it was honestly giving me a bit of a headache. And so I went, oh, well, how am I going to change this round? I don't want to not deliver this thing, because I like chatting to you. I look forward to it every Sunday. So how can I do it differently? And, well, I thought, well, Track managed to do a sort of live dry dock once a month. I can try it once in a blue moon with Bruships. Sure, Mac. Also, I just came in to hit infinite money. What are we talking about? The fluffy research assistant's food bill. Hello, Evan Price. Paul Rico. 29 East Indiamen and 1 brig versus 1 ship of the line, 2 frigates, 1 corvette, 1 sloop. Paul Luna, he was never going to win that. When you realise how badly armed the East Indiamen were, they were all, Linoir claimed that he was, that the unescorted British merchant fleet was defended by 8 ships of the line, because basically Dakar took the 8 biggest ones of them and loaded as many extra crew on them as he could, as from the other ships, as many extra guns on them as he could, and had them pretend to be ships of the line. You know, it's rather an amazing thing to conduct at sea. And it's the China fleet. It's one of the most significant, richest fleets the Royal Navy had, that Britain had. The East India Company's fortunes could rise or fall depending on the arrival of that fleet. And his entire trick was basically forming his East Indiamen up into line of battle, i.e., they look like a warship from a distance, and if I form them up like their warships, and we pretend to be, we fire cannon, so we look like we're firing like warships, they're going to think we're warships, and they're going to get out of our way. It's cool. Good afternoon, Shane F. Constance, your office looks a bit full than last time I was here. It is slowly getting a lot of books. I need to sort out the shelving up there. So it's because currently it's got a load of bottles on it, and I need to sort out the stuff down below. But slowly, we're getting to the point where I've finished things. I've put enough stuff out here so I could work out here, but that means this office is currently combined into space: tool shed, office, library, store for various projects to do with it, wood store for the work going on still on the shed and fixing up things. And, yeah. Also, fluffy dog relaxing post has become quite an important part of it. Although he's currently off to go to his water bowl and his big toy. He, of course, has both in here. Hello, you. What are you going to do? Where are you going? What can I say? He's the fluffy research assistant. He basically takes over wherever he wants. No. No, you can't have a Ferrero Rocher. You can't. Don't shame. A fluffy black standard poodle that likes very large guns and is cute. Amazing. Yes. Whenever I'm doing monitors or dreadnoughts or anything like that, he seems to want to come outside and come in here. Pete Dawson. A blue moon is either the second full moon in a month or the fourth full moon in a quarter. Neither are appropriate for today. Sad. Vision. Hello. I'm on KP at the hotel. Why you had a source today? Had my second COVID shot yesterday. That's good. Apparently, FRA wants YouTube to have a good look at his gullet. Probably. Anna, good thing you didn't teach the FRA silly tricks like sitting on a shoulder like a parrot. Trust me, I've taught him plenty of silly tricks. Just you guys haven't seen them yet. And as it is Bruships. Actually, I'm going to do this here because let's see how much of this bottle goes in this glass. And then I'll get on with the questions. That is a good glass. That is a good glass. Before anyone worries if that's the total iron brew for today, I've got this. And then if we need more... Ow! I have this. I might have stocked up with iron brew because of the vaccine. Ow! I don't know why, but it gives me a lot of back pain. Good lord. David Ambrose, I was whole body sore and I didn't even want to get out of bed for half a day after I got my second shot. Well, my family just doesn't do the lying in bed thing. It doesn't get tolerated. Oh. Ooh. Can't forget biscuit. Ow. Bug. Okay. Oak for the hull, basically a bug guy. Let's see. What was the best or most popular wood to build a warship from, and did it change between a frigate and ship line? Oak is actually, as Vice Admiral put, oak. However, some of the emergency build frigates were built of fir in different parts of the world. Standard Trinidad was mahogany. And East Indies ships built by, especially those built in India, were tended to be built of teak, which was actually very, very good. If you could get teak, it was very good, but it was very, very expensive, and no one wanted to ship it around the world to do it. Interesting enough, if you want to see, if you're in the southeast of England, and you want to see somewhere which is really, really steeped in the oak growing and has all the details as well as a lot of paintings of the Age of Sail era, go to the Surrey Oaks pub. It is lovely food, lovely drink, but more importantly, it is literally the pub which was at the centre of the oak harvesting and growing in the Surrey area. Angus Flow, is that the version in glass bottle with the real sugar? Yes. Hello, Mike. Guns. I've still not even had my first jab yet. I only got mine because I live with two shielded people. And the NHS in the UK basically, well, my mum and sister went up to get done. They had been called. And they got told off because I wasn't there. This was for the first jab. And so I had to rush up with both dogs in the car and get jabbed. And now I've had my second. That was good. Apparently teak was one of the preferred woods for warships. It's very hard to set alight. It is. Teak is wonderful. If you can get teak, you want teak. But it's incredibly expensive to carry around the world in the quantities you need to build a warship. You're not going to transport it from India to the UK to build a warship. You just aren't. Doctor, what had the greatest effect on the outcome of the Battle Atlantic? Huff, HFDF, HK group, hunter-killer groups, DCVs, be it aircraft or mass production of cargo ships. Well, I would say mass production of cargo ships goes hand in hand with the escort carriers, because honestly, the escort carriers, their hulls are pretty similar to some of those mass-produced cargo ships, and that does help speed their production, certainly. I'd say the greatest individual effect has got to be the CVEs, because once you have air power with your convoys, you can do two things. You can take out snoopers, which is the first role for the escort carriers. Remember, I've talked about this before. The critical thing that is, a snooper is going to reveal your position. It's going to tell the enemy where you are, how to focus in their submarines, all these things. If you have enough, firepower on call, you can deal with the result of the attacks from a snooper, i.e. if you're a group of warships moving around. Theoretically. But as the joyous experience of Force Z would tell you, that's a problem. Let's be honest, even if we've been talking about Force Z, if they had an escort carrier with them, taking out the Japanese reconnaissance aircraft, they might have had a chance. Okay, yes, the Japanese would have probably gone, hang on, all our reconnaissance aircraft from that area aren't coming back. I wonder if that's where the enemy are. Yes, I think they are. Let's go attack there. But it would have taken slightly longer than what happened. And it's the same with convoys. Submarines are not area search tools. Not at that time, and I would argue still not to this day. We have lots of lovely conversations about them, and we go, yes, their sonar can detect so-and-so on the other side of the Atlantic. We can monitor ships leaving harbour in New York from, Scotland. Wonderful. Is that in real time? No, because sound does not travel that far instantaneously. And that's under certain conditions, and if everything's good. If you have, Prairie Masker or various other things going along, that can cause trouble for your submarines. It comes back to the CVs. They are these critical ships, and it's one of those interesting things. The RN does the most work developing them in the interwar period. It works out what air group, and you can see there's a lot of similarity between the cruiser carriers, some of the exercises there involved, their air group forms and shapes and what they're doing, and what escort carriers are. But honestly, the interesting thing is that when they're making the orders, they order they order the corvettes. They don't order the escort carriers in 1938. And I would argue that was because A, they thought they had longer, and B, they thought that if they started ordering escort carriers, the Treasury might try and slow down their order of fleet carriers, and you need both. But after escort carriers, it definitely comes to long-range aircraft and HFDF, because I would say that those two go hand in hand. Yes, you have the work of Bletchley Park and various other places in finding and dissecting and transmit and breaking various messages, and so you can read them. But let's be honest, that doesn't matter in finding a ship in real time. What matters is beam. Oh, we've got them. There's something down that axis. Okay, we'll fly along that way and see what we can spot. Radar. Oh, something's on the surface. Hello, friend. Have you met some high explosive? Hello, hello, Kilo 19. Hello, Dove Squad. And Night Heron Productions. Strub. Also, could the UK and Canada win the Battle Atlantic without the US entering the war? Have you seen how much the Canadians are building? Although, let's put it this way. Do you mean without the Americans providing production at all? Or the Americans providing, just the Americans not doing anything? Not doing anything, I think the British could still win the war. Because the only reason the Americans wouldn't do anything is if Japan doesn't enter the war. So if Japan doesn't enter the war and Britain's not fighting in the Far East, and it's just the Commonwealth versus the Empire versus Germany, I'm still thinking Battle Atlantic is still going okay. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes longer to get it up to real security. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 1943 rather than 42 that you start to see a sort of turnaround, but they probably get there. Sure, Matt, just a few fighters would have been enough to save 4C. Most likely, because, again, let's consider what could those fighters have done. If you've got an escort carrier, well, they could have broken up the attack. If you'd been able to have something the size of, I don't know, Eagle or Hermes, loaded with fighters, even Fulmars, they could have broken up the attack. Which could have made it far more dodgeable, because it's when you can get a concentrated attack that a ship suffers. If you've got a single aircraft coming in at one angle, firing, then another aircraft coming in from another angle. If they're coming in series, you can concentrate your fire and you can drive them off or stop them firing or all sorts of things. Avoid them. If there are multiple coming in, that's at the same time, that's when you have problems. And this was, we all knew, in the 1920s, that's what they would get practicing. 1930s, they had that down pat. Every naval air service had that down pat. And they knew it. The entire British doctrine of flights was based around, this is the minimum size of aircraft you need to attack a ship. And the biggest reason they managed to change to squadrons is because they go, it's not enough anymore. Very awesome. Direction finding can find them within 24 hours without code breaking. And stuff is useful. Also, DF was used to find the Bismarck after she gave the Prince of Wales a slip. Yes. Although, let's be honest, that's Bay. Oh god, that guy's an idiot. There seems to be a real dearth of idiot. A real dearth in terms of the German High Command, in terms of naval command as the war goes on. I think Donitz often thought he could have wished he could clone himself. Death Squad, always send 2 aircraft in the same direction. A lone recon aircraft will tell you the enemy were somewhere along its route. A second tells you what killed the first. Again, that's a thing to do when you have a likely area and you have enough aircraft. Otherwise, they get sent out solely. And you hope they manage to get a radio message off. Mm. Well, prior to the Fuzzos, you do have, I think, the Congos going on, and all the information sharing that goes on with them. So that may have well been a built into the Fuzzo class, but I would also add that never discount the fact that the Japanese are just as smart as anyone else and just as capable of developing their own ideas. So I would say probably there are some information from the Congos which does get put in, but I'd also say there's a lot of Japanese intelligence going into the Fuzos. They do have some definite Japanese stylings in them. So Thompson, hello. There's now a Tafra looking in the window. At the fluffy research assistant. Oh. Anyway. How long to convert Tim Sims? How long to convert a large container ship into an ASW Halo platform? What level of platform do you want? Do you want something that can operate a couple of helicopters? Because that can be a few containers and some nice strips of metal to act as a landing deck. Do you want to operate an entire squadron of helicopters? That's going to be a few more containers, including some for fuel storage and probably some more accommodation. It's doable, but it depends on how much the equipment you have ready to go. So I would argue the British, which have quite a lot of containerized equipment wandering around the world, could probably get a decent helicopter ASW helicopter conversion for a container ship done in a month. Possibly less, but definitely a month. I would think the Americans, yes, they are larger, yes, they have more stuff, but they're also, to an extent, slightly more bureaucratic, so I would say closer 6 to 7 weeks. But there again, they have some pre-existing ships which they could use. Good evening, Tom Golding. So, Thompson, how would you combine a NATO mothball sound to keep more of the Cold War gunships for future use? Probably have to chat up the Caribbean. There's lots of stuff which should have been kept for future use but wasn't. And there was lots of stuff which we got rid of. Let's be honest, ships which should have gone into reserve. HMS Vanguard, first thing, should have gone into reserve. The Daring class destroyers, they should have been in reserve. Nice and quick to activate. Could have been very useful in the Falklands War. All those ones could be. Mr. Russell, evening. And 4C was a mistake. Always a mistake. 4C, I've been over this before, but in my view, 4C wasn't a mistake. It was a mistake where it was placed. You put it forward, it's not enough of a deterrent. If you put it in the Indian Ocean, based on Ceylon, then to get it, they have to come for you. But you can go for them at any point. So if they threaten Singapore, then they can't take Singapore quick enough before 4C arrives. And the thing is, you can reinforce 4C in the Indian Ocean a lot easier than you can in Singapore. And also, if you are based back in Ceylon, it gives Phillips, how do I put it, that much more time to think through his actions and work out his reactions and what he's going to do. He's committed to the defence of the British position in the Far East, not to the defence of Singapore and Malaya. Which conversely means he can better defend Singapore. Because, again, here's the thing. When the Japanese troops are reaching Singapore, they don't have much air support. They have air support higher up in the Malay Peninsula. They don't have it down near Singapore. So, if they'd just been arriving and then battleships had suddenly hoved into view and gone, hello, we see you, bye-bye. Well, that could have changed things quite a bit. By Sam Wilson, without the US, the war in Russia would go a lot worse for the Soviets, though. Meaning that perhaps Germany might be able to put more assets, Air Force, against Britain in 1942-43. I doubt it, because half the trouble for the Germans in the 1942-43 period in Russia wasn't the Russian military, it was the logistics distance. It's a tyranny of distance and supplying and maintaining those forces. Honestly, the German logistic lines were always far more of a hamper to their operations than anything done by the Allies in the Soviet Union in 42 and 43. Submarine, hello. If Germany continued to recognise Dutch neutrality in World War II, would Japan have been fine to continue potentially trading for Dutch oil from Indonesia, or was the invasion inevitable? Inevitable. Sadly enough, inevitable. Nicole Ross, why is the campaign for the Atlantic called a battle and not a campaign? Marketing. It's also sometimes called the Atlantic Theatre. It sounds the thing. It's a battle that was going on, but let's be honest, it was not a campaign. It was an entire theatre of war. Strub, Doctor, how would have carrier tactics changed if the angled flight deck was introduced in 1940? Well, the reason you've introduced it in 1940 is because you had, well, you'd have to introduce it with a mirrored landing site, because otherwise it really doesn't make sense. And B, that would suggest you've got a lot more powerful aircraft, so it would suggest you've got 1946-47 equivalent aircraft in 1940, so Sabre engines and Griffin engines all round or more. Yeah, that's a big thing. A, it's going to speed up operations, and B, that'll make it a far more. Let's put it this way: you are going to retain a lot more of your experienced pilots, because, as I said, some of the operational losses are due to landing and taking off on carriers because of the risk that we're running at 20%. So if you cut that by a significant amount, you suddenly retain a lot more of your experienced pre-war aircrew. And you may retain a lot more of your experienced wartime aircrew. Because the trouble is with accidents is they don't tend to discriminate by going, oh, you're inexperienced. Agnes Flo. Any well-known examples of merchant ships or warships feigning damage uses bait to ambush an opponent's merchant raiders U-boats? The whole Q-ship thing. The British Q-ships, that was part of the course, was to feign they were damaged. They were going slow, making random smoke. I think one used to like to pretend it was on fire. Mitchell and hope your radios work. Always. Hello, Frank Spazzato. Michael Struett. Hello. The Vickers 14-inch gun salesman had a good hair day and convinced the Admiralty to use a 14-inch gun in the Orions and subsequent classes. Pros and cons. How would the 1542s be able to? Well, it's going to sound strange, But so I'm just going to get my list of dreadnoughts up. Because believe it or not, considering I'm doing this, I have a list currently going. So instead of the 13.5s, they jump to the 14s. Well, that would actually be quite good. I would actually support that. The 14 is a better weapon than the 13.5. And you're saying it's a good day. Well, I have a feeling. You see, if you jump by 2 inches to the 14, then you're probably going to end up with 16-inch guns being used for Queen Elizabeth, etc. onwards. I say this because 15 isn't enough of 15 is quite a big jump over 13.5, because there's the 14 and there's other guns in that region. So 15 is a 1.5-inch jump. So basically you've gone, right then, we've done a 1.5-inch jump from 12 to 13.5. We're doing another 1.5-inch jump to 15. If you jump to 14, you're going to jump to 16. So then you end up with the Queen Elizabeth class being 16-inch ships. The really interesting question comes with Nelson and Rodney. Because at that point, if they're 16-inch ships, then actually it works out quite well. Actually, that'd be a really good thing. Seriously, that could achieve standardization, which logistically would be absolutely freaking amazing. So perhaps the biggest salesman should have had a really good year in... Well, I don't know. They'd been making those decisions 1908. So yeah, they needed to have a good year in 1908. Alright, neutral Netherlands would mean Netherlands is a neutral Axis power, like Spain and Swiss and Sweden. So yeah, no invention of Dutch East Indies. You see, I doubt it. Because the trouble is, it's kind of like France was technically neutral, and yet Japan still invaded and took over Vietnam. I have a feeling the same happens with the Dutch East Indies. Yes, that was Zebedee and my sister. How did British admirals and authorities handle the aftermath of Jutland? Emotions, outbursts, cursing, shocked? Mostly they thought they'd won. Okay, they hadn't done as well as they'd wanted to. They hadn't sunk the massed high seas fleet. But mostly they thought they'd won. You have to remember that. And you can argue they did, because the German high seas fleet went back home and avoided battle. Frank, how did different nations take away different understandings of Jutland outcome? The Americans are the ones who are most obsessed with it. The Japanese don't pay as much attention as you think they would. Bugger 8829, and for the Americans, it's mostly reflected in the classes which aren't built, i.e. the Lexingtons. Bugger 8829, if there was no battle of the Atlantic, or only a fraction of battle, how much sooner would the war end, at least in Europe? Well, this is my point often about Norway. If Norway had been won for the Allies, and you'd had Norway as an ally, even if France gets conquered, you shut down a huge amount of the German ability to get the sea. Because if you think about it, you can go, oh, well, yes, they'll base their submarines from the Atlantic coast of France. You go, yes, how are you going to get the submarines there? Well, if you sail them up through the North Sea, you have aircraft crisscrossing between the UK and Norway, with their radars just going, hello! And we have a base on the other side. Perfectly adequate aircraft range. Yes, a coastal command could have done it quite happily. Had enough aircraft to do it. Well out of the range of German fighters, with fighters, in Norway, protecting and providing some protection for them. So your submarines, therefore, would have to go underwater, especially once radar comes in, the whole way through the North Sea. That's a long way. They're not that fast underwater. Okay, so next option. I'm going to move them by train through northern France, those ports, and then reassemble them there, with French workers rebuilding them there. That's a lot of trust. And of course, then there's the joy of moving them on those railways. That's going to be fun. No. If you want to shorten World War II by a long, long way, you win in Norway if you're allies. Chafra, shame on you reducing the Papa to an acronym. Well, there's the Trainee Assistant Fluffy Research Assistant and the Fluffy Research Assistant. So, Raleigh is the Fluffy Research Assistant. Zebedee is the Trainee Assistant Fluffy Research Assistant. Big orders. Doggo Channel with floaty thing side gig confirmed. That's good. And it might have happened, but knowing where the wolf packs are via the budgie instruments, it made more sense simply to vector the convoys around the dangerous areas in the first place. That was definitely an option, and they tried their best to do it when they could. For the floaty wreck, for the following wrecks, what do you expect their condition to be? In the roller pin beat? Terrible. Bedouin? Oh, probably okay. Mashona, Gurkha. Gurkha could be interesting. I think she could be alright, but she's probably going to have a big hole in one side. Afridi, a big hole in one side. Glorious, lots of holes in. Arden Acasta, I'm not sure how much of them is left. Mashona, honestly, I'm not 100% sure. She could be either way. Andrew Reynolds, how would not having a radio and radar period change modern World War II combat? Well, for starters, if you didn't have radar, then the Royal Navy would be sitting pretty with the armoured carriers because no one else's carriers would have been afloat. If you didn't have radio, you similarly wouldn't have. It would be interesting. Conversely, it would make reconnaissance that much more difficult. I mean, the likelihood of long-range enemy attacks that much reduced. And your likelihood of detecting enemy movements that much reduced. But it would also make coordination of forces over significant distances physically impossible. So you'd basically be talking Age of Sail style warfare, but with modern equipment. So much of our modern warfare is based around radio and radar. It would be really quite disturbing. You would probably have some very, very high quality optical gear in service. And maybe even some advanced sound listening gear. Depends how close it gets to Doppler radar. 19 reductions. Should HMS Tamar's new Dazzle paint job make me raise my eyebrow as much as it has, given that she's being deployed to the Asian Pacific, she's being deployed to the Asian Pacific in the near future? It's amazing how many nations who are deploying ships to the area are visiting vintage Dazzle Dazzle paint schemes and various paint schemes to make their ships slightly more difficult to visually acquire. Grey is great in peacetime. Kind of like white in peacetime. White is better than grey in peacetime. Wartime, yeah. Hello, Frank Cusack. Thank you. Just turn my head up. I was thinking colder would have been better. How come the Caribbean? Well, the thing is, colder water, ice tends to damage other things and have far more storms and far harsher weather. Yes, you're more likely to get barnacles and growths on the hull in the Caribbean, but you can always dry dock it and get rid of that. What you can't deal with is the damage which is done to radar and aerials, etc., by ice. That's far more difficult to deal with. So, warm-ish weather, in a place you can move them out of the way of storms quite quickly. Peter Dawson. The Spanish managed to convert a merchant ship for sea harrier use well within an hour, and it was still at sea at the time. Yes, Peter, but from memory, that was a ship which already had something to land on, and they were just landing. They weren't expected to be taking off. If you're talking about it taking off and operating as a proper force, from there you require a lot more. That's good. Yeah, heavy container ship. If the Navy have been sensible, they've got containers in storage set up for use. In which case, you need a container ship port in 2 hours. Yeah, the trouble is, I don't think anyone's quite that sensible. I think they have the equipment and they can put it in containers. I don't think they have it set up to go within 2 hours. And I think it would take a while to acquire the container ship. Tom going, sorry to change a different topic, but was the stagnation of the RM between the 7 Years' War and the American War of Independence more to do with Lord Hawke or Lord Sandwich or something else? Partially Lord Hawke, but mostly because it came at a rather difficult time where a lot of officers from the earlier generation retired, and a lot of the senior officers available were not necessarily the better ones. But the junior officers couldn't be promoted to take their positions before their turn because they hadn't got enough battle experience. Remember, it was based on seniority unless you had done something outstanding for the Queen and country, or King and country, and they've worked. That outstanding can be stretched. Believe me, it will stretch on occasion. But yes, there are problems with peace. Imperial American, hello. Sure, but the Russians are going to be pretty much incapable of going on the offensive, or at least sustaining it. Yeah, but, that's not the point. And honestly, the Russians will get back on the offensive. Yes, they're short of trucks, and yes, that is the big thing. The American supply of trucks is frankly critical to the war effort for the Russians. But eventually the Russians would have got their own trucks. It would have been 40. We'd be talking about the war taking longer. We wouldn't be talking about it taking significantly longer. I know. On topic of Singapore, could some forward better thinking have been used to target Japanese airfields in Indonesia and China with heavy bombers? Say a couple of Halifaxes. Could have been. However, here's a more interesting thing. Why not just actually put troops in the pillboxes defending your water supply? I know, it's revolutionary to suggest this, but just take a few companies of troops and stick them in the pillboxes which defend your water supply, and then when the Japanese can't take your water supply, you don't have to surrender, and they run out of food before you do. And then you get to take them prisoner and get to recapture the whole of Malaya. And you're a hero. Just because you put some troops to defend your freaking water supply. Because who knew humans needed to drink water? And you would probably need to fight Bomber Command to get them. But some Halifaxes, they might be more happy to supply Wellingtons. Or Manchesters. Alright, So it's got the problem Japan has is that it's the same that Germany had. They didn't have enough hard currency anyone was willing to accept in trade for the oil. Also, US embargo encouraged others to do the same. And remember, they're not just short of hard currency, they're also short of critical materials like, well, scrap metal. Hello, Japila. Andrew Reynolds. Japan also wanted European colonies out of Asia, and preferably for itself. It was more about wanting the European colonies for itself than wanting the Europeans out of Asia. Honestly, the Japanese didn't care about Europeans so much as they wanted control. They wanted their own empire. There's nothing wrong with wanting your own empire, apart from other people don't tend to agree with you. It doesn't tend to stop people trying to have their own empire. John Shea, Dr. Clark. Queen Elizabeth class with 60-inch gun ships and guns makes me everyone else do run away thing. Actually, I honestly also think if you consider it. Well, if we consider the response to the Orions for the German Navy, well, you see, the thing is, the Germans start producing 15-inch guns, the Bayern class, about the same time the British are producing the Queen Elizabeth. So, in the nicest way, for starters, it could have made it quite interesting, because if there's debate with the 12-inch versus the 13.5-inch in terms of the German to the British, I don't think there's any debate of the 12-inch versus the 14-inch. There is none I can think of. The 14-inch is a far more powerful weapon than the 12-inch, even the German one. So then you have the Royal Navy jumping up to a 16-inch. The question is, will the Germans have already jumped up to a 14-inch? In which case, or do they jump up to the 16-inch? You end up with an entirely different history in many respects because of that change. Although it would have been a very cool history. But honestly, if you look at talking about the German battleships, they are just from the Nassau class to the Coining class, they are all 12-inch guns. Trump, Doctor, do you think if Finland and NATO go to war with Russia, they can control the Baltic Sea? I think the Baltic Sea would be a war zone, and a very difficult one. You see, the thing is, I can see neither side getting control of it, but I can see both sides trying to make use of it. I think it would be a disputed space. I don't think any side would be able to claim control, other than perhaps in a very local respect around their forces. Michael Oates, similar question for USN. What if Josephus Daniels had allowed the USN to equip the standard BBs with 16-inch guns after they developed them in 1913? If the USN are building 16-inch guns on their standard battleships, well, honestly, then you probably have the Royal Navy going... definitely the 16-inch for the Queen Elizabeth class. But if you consider that The Americans start them off with Nevada in 1912. So any ship after that, the RN is going to be building at least 16-inch, maybe even 18-inch. I think the thing you're getting at mostly is if you start pushing this, the odds of an 18-inch battleship making an appearance in World War One go up, but the odds of it makes it certainty that there's going to be some treaty air 18-inch battleships. So those G3 and N3s might well make a occurrence. Also, you have the point that, well, Hood would have at least been armed with 16 inches, maybe more. In fact, honestly, if you're building a super battleship in an age where everyone else has 16-inch or bigger guns, the odd are the Hood gets the 18-inch. So that makes an interesting Battle of Denmark Straits, if Hood has 18-inch guns. Because if you consider, again, if we go back to and presume Germany's restarting again, well, what level would they be restarting at? Probably they'd be pushed down to the same level, so they'd be restarting from the same guns. They're starting with Scharnhorst and Eisenhower and getting up to for Bismarck. So you then have an 18-inch armed Hood at the Battle of Denmark Strait. Any single hit from that thing at the ranges it could achieve, and there isn't much of Bismarck left. Budguy 8829, why didn't the Allies try a second attempt to take Norway once the US entered the war? No one wanted that kind of nightmare. Besides, the Germans had a huge number of troops fortified up there, and Norway is not exactly easy terrain. In fact, here's the thing. You can run that war game, Norway, a number of times you want. The odds of the Germans winning Norway are infinitesimally small. Their entire success depends on the Norwegian government mucking around with the call-up. If they had done anything remotely responsible and mature as a government in a time of increased conflict, the Germans would have failed in Norway. Gordon Collins, how's the computer going? Well, the laptop is going well. That's pretty cool. The graphics card is going to be a long time coming, because apparently there seems to be a worldwide shortage of them, and it's coming, but it's going to be a long time coming. Jeff Ealer, why did the Japanese not occupy Dutch East Indies as they did occupy French Indochina? Because the Dutch had, whereas the French in Indochina had basically disarmed to an extent, and were their fleet was all over there. The Dutch had sent most of their navy and a large part of their forces out to East India and were still fighting, and this was part of the Allied Dutch government. Well, the Dutch Liberation Forces. All right. Oh, thank you. That's good. Bruships paint schemes. Battleship Grey has become the global identifier of this as a warship. Sadly enough, yes, it's so boring. Thanks for that. How well did various nations study previous naval warfare going into both wars? Did it matter much because of new tech development? I'm thinking in the way it did not work out well on that. Most of them studied their wars pretty well. They had studied them in depth. And you can argue that the Royal Navy's obsession with night fighting, which does really pay off during World War II, is all because of its study of World War II. But why only one HMS Unicorn aircraft support ship? Actually, the Royal Navy ends up building 3. There are 2 light carriers, which are fleet carriers, which are used in that role as well. Theseus and Pioneer, I think, from memory. Or is it Perseus and Pioneer? Maybe. I'm trying to remember. I know Pioneer was one of them. And the thing is, the light fleet carrier design is basically unicorn. It is bang on, basically unicorn. In fact, I have literally got an image somewhere where I have taken the scanned image I got in the archives of the light fleet carrier design, and I've overlaid it over the scanned image from the archives I have of the HMS Unicorn's design, and the two marry up very, very well. So that's why. Honestly, yeah. And the RN didn't need to order more than one at the time, because they were sort of building one and then going to work out how it works and then going to go build another. Just as Thompson. The trouble is, the moment you detach those fragile bits, you then have to detach, store, make sure they're safe, and reattach. And that all takes time. If you've got a mothballed fleet, the more stuff that's not doesn't have to be detached and reattached, the better it is in case of you actually managing to get them to work. Now, I'm hoping sound quality is okay, because I've got the things running, and theoretically, it's supposed to be good. Theoretically, he says. You know, occasionally it gets interesting, but hopefully it's all good. Oh. Ooh, that's better. Mm-hmm. Senator Nero, hello. What would the modern German Navy do if it reinforced the high seas fleet at Jutland? Well, if the modern German Navy reinforced the high seas fleet at Jutland, I doubt there is much to harpoon missiles and various things they could do to a battleship. They could cause a lot of damage to its bridge structure, but I doubt they'd sink one. And their guns, whilst good, I doubt would scratch much of their armor, although they're far more accurate. The main thing it can do is provide with sensors. The sensors would be absolutely amazing for them. And the speed. They'd be able to, and communications. Those things. Although, seeing as the satellite network, etc., wouldn't go with them, they'd be back using long-range radio. Yeah, they could do a lot of help, but it would be... yeah, they're not... They'll certainly be able to be useful for the Germans in terms of breaking the mine blockade and breaking the submarine blockade. That's not really the Battle of the Jutland. Honestly, the best thing they'll be able to do is their sensors. I'm thinking about it. They've got lots of missiles, and yes, they could attack the bridges of every single British battleship, and there is nothing the British could do to decapitate the commanding officers, but they couldn't sink the actual ships, probably, with those weapons. Peter Dawson, you've been talking to some seagulls. You think White is a good idea. Coastal Command eventually realized that this would paint as ex-Bomber Command's aircraft. I think White is a good idea for ships in peacetime. White is a very good idea for ships in peacetime. If you don't mind, I'm going to quickly take Raleigh in for his tea. Tea time? Be back in a second. That's a happy puppy dog. So, let's see. Peter Dawson. The Spanish prepared the ship of the canoes for landing, then claimed the harried land on the salvage. Cool. The Carmen, what happened to your book? So were the publishers. So, as far as I know, it's coming out this month. I'm not sure when. So, I'm just hopeful. Sorry, I imagine Singapore's become an annoying figure in the topic by this point. I don't mind Singapore. Imperial Nelson, I think we're looking at multiple years. Operation Baggington would be literally impossible for a start. Best case, I'd give them a 1947 bagration after massive build-up. Possibly. That's awesome. Basically, all the newer Red Air Force fighters flew with American high-octane fuel in 1943 onwards. Put that way, it's crushing German air superiority in these within 10 days. High-octane fuel is useful. I do agree, but again, the German fuel is not that great. So, Soviet fuel, not that great, but they still have it, so they would have been a muchness. They would probably still have managed to do something. And you have to remember, manpower shortages work against the Germans as well. Because Imperial America was put, so more likely it's 1942 on loop for the better part of a decade, until one side just collapsed from morale and manpower, which might actually be the Russians, since by 45 they did have massive manpower shortages. The Germans had massive manpower shortages by about 1944. Yes, they can keep chucking people into metal grinder, but they're going to run out on the people soon. And there's still the heavy bombing going on. And Reynolds, airfields are always relatively easy to repair. The Japanese were filling in holes daily during our attacks off Okinawa. Yep. Senegnega, I'm asking this a lot and never get an answer. What would happen if the modern German Navy, 6 frigates, 6 destroyers, 6 reinforced the high seas fleet of Jutland? Well, 6 subs would be the most dangerous tools. But again, the modern torpedoes they carry are not really ship killers. Now, I suppose they break the backs, but something the size of a dreadnought? It would be interesting. I have no doubt that they could well tip the victory to the Germans, but actually what they do more is the sensors. What if the Anglo-Japanese treaty continued? Well, let's find a reason for it to continue. So let's say the Royal Navy do beat up the Russians in 1905 after the incident at Dogger Bank. And so the Germans, the Japanese decide the British are the most faithful allies of all time. And basically, they also, without having the Battle of Tsushima to really rally their forces around, are quite content to maybe not be as navally powerful as they otherwise turn out to be. You have a very strong alliance putting its hand around the world. Combine that, and I'm just turning on my radiator. I think you then have a likelihood of America getting very worried at a certain point. And America trying their best to try and make that treaty break up somehow. Okay, I don't know. Would the Nelsons get built if the Queen Elizabeth class having 16-inch instead of 15-inch 42? Since the RN only got them in treaty, since the US and US and Japanese had 16-inch, the UK didn't. Yes, but I think they'd have been 18-inch. And I have a reason for this. The US and Japanese respond to the British building 15-inch ships by building 16-inch ships. If the British have built 16-inch ships, you've got to be honest with me that the Japanese and the Americans both might end up going for an 18-inch design, in which case the British are going to want an 18-inch as well. And also, there's the fact that Hood herself might have 18-inch. At that rate. Because if you consider it, the British have gone for 14-inch. Under that sort of idea, the British have gone from 14-inch for Orions onwards, not 13.5. They've again gone for 16-inch for Queen Elizabeth class and the R class, which, by the way, adds on to the capabilities of the R class, something interesting. And you've now got Renown and Repulse, also presumably with 16-inch turrets. You then have the real decision that, well, I've got a fleet of 16-inch guns. I either make Hood a 16-inch ship, or I make her an 18-inch. By someone else, War in the Baltic. Depends if Sweden and Finland join the fund for NATO. If they do, the bottle the Russians up with mines. If they do not, difficult. Their area alone is pretty good. Turvin, US joins the war sooner, so they decide to retain 14-inch guns on their World War II battleships. What effect would this have on the war? Especially on later Iowa Montana designs. If you're retaining 14-inch guns, you can either build a much faster ship because you have that much less weight and space devolved to guns and ammunition, so you can put in more power, or you can build a smaller ship. I think, knowing the Americans, they'd have built much faster ships. Which could have caused a whole different fun and games for the Yamato, Iowa discussions. Where was I? Carmen, I've missed what's happening in the book. As I said, it's with the publishers. It's supposed to come out this month, so crossing fingers. Sound quality is okay. Occasionally peaks, but nothing bad. Right then. Hopefully, I fixed the peaks. Thanks, Banner. Not trying to rehash much, but just exactly how did Glorious get lost? What led up to it and allowed such a thing to happen? Okay. If I remember correctly, and I do sometimes get the sisters look confused, so I'm just checking. Right, so Glorious, how do I put this, has been assisting operations off the coast of Norway. And her captain is having a dispute with her air group commander. And he makes the case to his admiral that he needs to get home in order to resupply ship, so he might as well just go. He should go straight home instead of waiting for the fleet. And he makes the case that his ship is just a target where it is because it's so laden with aircraft, it's difficult for it to do this and difficult for it to do that. So, they go, and they have 2 destroyers to escort. He doesn't wait because he wants to go home. The story as often is that he wants to go home to put this gentleman in front of a court-martial. We'll leave that to one side. Whether or not that was the right thing to do, what certainly wasn't the right thing to do was to not maintain a combat air patrol, which was the standard. And that should have been some swordfish up. flying reconnaissance. And that would have provided them with a huge amount of early warning, which would enable them to either avoid Sharnos and Eisenhower, which they'd probably have done by going north, by diverting away from them, but also they would have been able to fly off a strike. In which case, Sharnos and Eisenhower might have well been damaged quite badly, possibly even sunk. And if they were damaged and then they ran into HMS Renown, well, yeah, then they would have been sunk. So Glorious is lost. Correct. Glorious is lost because of someone failing to follow standards. It's often used as a case of people going, the Royal Navy doesn't understand aircraft. Well, it was a calculated risk for them to get her home so she could be refitted and turned around and useful. An aircraft carrier and a ship does need to be refitted, does need to be repaired. After doing long certain amounts of operations, she needs to be restocked with supplies. All these things are natural things. And if they'd been flying an air patrol, it would have been viable. It would have been okay. And in the end, people can push the blame about as much as they like, but the buck stops with the captain, so it's the captain's fault. The captain gets the praise if they win. The captain also gets the blame if they don't. Fine, Trent, I'm just using yours as a marker on the chat. Given the USN capital hull issues, if the Iowas had not been reactivated in the 80s and were still in reserve, would the USN reactivate them now? Doubtful. Unless they'd had their engines done. If they were to be reactivated, they would need to have had their engines done. A huge engine overhaul and probably some hull protection. Vice Admiral, put in 3 U212 on Jutland. British is down a dozen capital ships within 20 minutes. There are also Type 212 type subs. Yes, I know they would do, but they're not exactly that far. They're not. Again, these electric subs are not exactly massively fast. In that, where do you put those submarines for the battle? Do you magically insert them with the fleet, where the fleet is? In which case, are they going to keep up the fleet for it to be a battle? Or do you drop them magically into where the battle's going to be? And again, as quiet as they are, the moment they fire torpedoes, there's going to be a lot of destroyers pinging away on active for them. And as good as they are, again, active sonar, the amount of it would probably ping away. Although Aztec and Jutland, I don't know if Aztec is around in Jutland. I know it comes out not long after around Jutland, but Aztec. World War I. No, Aztec is fitted to V&W class destroyers, but none of them are really in service in World War One. They're just coming into in World War One. They're designed for it, but not fitted with it, so that's where I'm getting confused. Did he start designing for it? But yeah. Cool times. Sorry, that was my mistake on the Aztec one. Well, they just had them destroyers dropping depth charges randomly. Probably would have managed to miss them. Rehush Flot, 2000 Type 2 and 2s in ambush at Scapa? Well, if that's where you were to position them. The whole thing when you're dealing with diesel-electric submarines, that, it's where do you put them? Because once they're there, they're there. Especially modern ones. And again, bit of a snowball here, one, but the effect of the RN if Germany doesn't invade Poland till the spring of 1940, say early April. What would another few months of peacetime building do? Well, the RN would have had probably another 2 carriers available at the beginning of war. Let's see. Bum, bum. You would have had Lion and Temeraire that much further along. So, because you have to remember, Lion and Temeraire were both laid down in 1939. So, if war doesn't start till 1940, they've had a year of construction. And if you compare that to the King George V's, well, the odds are, and especially with the idea of war coming, let's be honest, they're going to be pushing those through. So you would probably have at least King George V and Prince of Wales in service, possibly have Duke of York and Anson in service in 1940. Maybe even Howe. There's always a chance you've got all 5 of them, and then you'll probably have had Lion class. You'll probably have Lion and Temeraire going on. You also have a lot more destroyers and some Flower class corvettes entering service. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Basically, your big change is this gets in the service. Because I don't see how they don't. Mitch Oates, agreed. Sending back modern German army to Jutland is a whole different kettle of fish than sending back modern DDs. Yes, but as I said, it depends where you put them. Carmen, the site said September have been issued a refund by Wilbur Smiths. I have no idea what's going on then. I'm sorry, I don't know. As I said, it's with the publishers. Yeah. I'm all up to date as far as my things go with them. They've got all the stuff. It's out of my hands now, to an extent. As much as I'd love it to be under my control a bit more, it isn't. Last communication I had on them was beginning of April. And everything seemed okay then, so, yeah. It's mid-1942. By some miracle, every German Italian cavalry ship is sunk and rendered inoperable. The RN has lost only the following cavalry ships: Royal Oak, Barham, Eagle, and Hermes. How do you redeploy your remaining forces worldwide against the Japanese? You can also offer your forces to the US and Pacific Fleet. Well, if the Germans and Italians have lost every capital ship, that's lovely, but they still got some cruisers. So I will probably keep Renown and Repulse in home waters, along with a couple of R's to do the escorts and duties in case any German cruisers go out surface raiding. They'll also need an aircraft carrier, so probably Furious, maybe Courageous. I'll need a carrier for Force H, so that'll be Glorious. And I'll need a Force H in the Western Med. I probably centered that on probably on 1942. I probably sent that on Anson or Howe if they're available in 1942. They are, I think. Remembering what's available. Anson Howe, yes, they're available in 1942. They're commissioned in 1942. So I would be using Anson and Howe and Glorious as my Force H. I would then probably leave Warspite and Valiant and Queen Elizabeth along with an armoured carrier, probably Illustrious, as my Eastern Fleet. And the reason they're there is literally to escort the convoys back and forth to Malta and to interdict the cruisers, because you've lost the other ships, but you still got the crew. You still need the crew. You still got to deal with the cruisers and the air defense, and then everything else will be shifted to Ceylon, and it'll be sitting in Ceylon. And the moment, at which point, honestly, then you've got the Japanese go, well, if they attack Pearl Harbor, then my fleet mobilizes from Ceylon, and that's got every other carrier available. So let's be honest, it's got Ark Royal, it's got Victorious, Formidable, Indomitable, it's got probably a couple of others. Let's see. Yeah, it's got it's got all those carriers. It's gonna have... Well, Eagle and Hermes have been lost. Argus I might be using as a support ship. Lighter Unicorns out there to support them. And every other battleship I can get a hold of. That's a significant force. At which point the Japanese have to go, well, if they fight, they attack the Americans. Lovely. They've then got to come and fight a battle of the British, and if you then have the thing of, if the Japanese tried a land campaign in Malaya, then that big fleet turns up off Singapore and blasts it to pieces. So they have to come and try and engage that fleet. And if you send that fleet north, it's got a lot of it's got a lot of air power, and presumably a lot of sinking capability for dealing with the Japanese. And a lot of submarines. I would have to say I would shift a lot of submarines to the Far East. I don't think I need to offer my forces to Pacific Fleet, because if Pearl Harbor still happens, it'd be a case of the Pacific Fleet offering their forces to me. Because I'd have 6 carriers out there and battleships, and they'd have 3 carriers after Pearl Harbor. Honestly, the odds are the Americans have to join up on me to fight the battles, because I've got twice as many carriers. Yes, the Americans are building the carrier swarm, and the Americans are going to become the dominant partner probably at some point out there, but At the initial point, it would be an Anglo-American emphasis on the Anglo operation, because the Americans have lost so much. And the British have 6 carriers. You know, like, there is probably some people out there who will say, oh no, the Americans would still be in charge. If the British are bringing 6 carriers and 8 or so battleships to the party, I love America, but if all you're bringing is 3 carriers, then you probably get the Deputy Force Commander, if it will be as it's in the Pacific, and it'd be a joint operation. But you're deploying a third of the carriers than all the battleships at that point. And how could would the Norway campaign go if Blucher was not sunk, but destroyed the Osterberg fortress instead? The Germans probably win, but you know, hey ho. So not much difference. Right, and Anuk, your book is out August the 15th in the US. I wonder if they've delayed it. Covered keeps having funds. I don't know, but as I said, as far as I knew, it was May in the UK. No, Carmen, the site said September, and I've been issued a refund. Oh, that's weird. Jesse, the modern German Navy staff of Germany in 1916 might try to negotiate a peace treaty, then ready the world for Spanish flu and form the United Nations. I doubt that. Come on. And in the nicest way, Jeff, as much as they might want to try that, they would have 6 frigates, 6 corvettes, and 6 submarines. The rest of the German High Seas Fleet, and most importantly, the Kaiser, might have a different point. Ooh. Your book is supposed to be out for Canada on I'm presuming that's the 15th of May. Sorry, I'm English. British. The month goes after the date, but North American month before the day. Otherwise there's a 15th and 18th month. Sorry. Imperial American. Everyone had shortages in 45. Basically my point is, it's a more even fight than you might think. I agree. But you know, there's still the tyranny of distance. That's the thing. The Soviets pull a lot back behind the Urals. The German supply, the battle's getting closer to their supply lines. It's getting further away from the German ones, and mostly they're finding that the Soviet infrastructure is terrible. That's good. Here's a question: do you think the Anglo-French forces should have ignored Belgian neutrality? I would have certainly ignored the Belgians' belief they could defend themselves. That's good. The Russians didn't use the Lend-Lease fuel as delivered in their aircraft. They mixed it with their native fuel and made it slightly better quality throughout the Red Air Force. That makes sense. Matter 1640. Okay, so since we're talking Germans World War II, what would have happened if they'd begun getting Type 21s in service in late 1942 or 43? How would that have changed things? That would have made the anti-submarine warfare that much more nightmarish. Mainly because the interdiction of submarines, thanks to them spending large amounts of time on the surface, would be that much more difficult because of snorkeling. Yes, I still don't see them suddenly starting to ramp up more convoy kills than they actually did, but I see them, the British and the Americans, having to focus a lot more effort and being a lot less secure when it comes to anti-submarine warfare in that period. Reynolds also falls several hours before it does in our timeline, and the royal family is likely captured along with most of the government. I doubt the royal family is captured. Whilst that fort does hold up the Germans' section, there is also quite a lot of police and infantry who get in the way of the Germans when they come in. And the Germans don't have that easier landing. The royal family managed to get not just them away, but their documents and a lot of other things away. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe just the royal family without a lot of documents get away. Calvin Gasper, modern torpedoes versus dreadnought. HMS Audacious and SMS Fence Instaban demonstrated that early dreads were quite vulnerable to torpedoes, and those were 405 millimeters, 450 millimeters, not 553. Yes, but they packed a lot more explosive in the old ones. John Luke, remodern Jutland, a German fleet of Jutland, decapitation strike on all bridges. How would the Iron surviving officers respond? Was there talent to hold line or push on to win? You would have well, if you have a decapitation strike against all the bridges, I think there are going to be more bridges than there are missiles. And you must remember there are a few officers who are going to be in their conning towers. So you might not well decapitate as many of the senior officers as you think. You might decapitate a lot of the captains, but possibly not a lot of the admirals. So, yes and no, but it depends who gets killed. I.e., if Beatty gets killed, then the Royal Navy probably does push on and win. If Jellicoe gets killed and Beatty ends up in charge, who knows what happens. Carmen, you have a radiator. I have a bench, a fire pit, and a bottle of brew. Speaking of brew, I'm currently out of my glass, so I'm going to have to recharge it. Anok, your book is out on August 15th in the US. Thank you. Mike, what's your favourite cruiser, Doc? Why isn't it the Brooklyn? Well, I do love the Brooklyn, but my favourite cruiser is probably the Town class. And which I would say in some respects is the anglicised version of the Brooklyns. Is the British version of the Brooklyns in some ways. They're very similar in some respects. But basically, I love the Town class. They're just, every time I go around, you are talking to someone who actually, and my girlfriend still maintains it was romantic. I'm never quite sure. But I took my girlfriend around HMS Belfast for Valentine's Day. They're just beautiful ships. They have such souls. Agnes, would Hood look as beautiful as 18s? Yes, she would. I would think with 18s, she might have had 6 guns rather than 8 in 3 double turrets. Because then you could move her around a bit so you could move the turret rings back where they could accommodate double 18s. But she would look good. You say modern torpedoes are not ship killers. Mark 14 torpedo had a 292 kilogram warhead versus Mark 48's 450 kilogram warhead. I'm guessing latter is more energetic explosive. Yes and no. And I have a reason for this. Modern torpedoes tend to be focused a lot in their software and in their design around modern warfare. In fact, they tend to be focused rather on killing other submarines. And that sort of thing. Although they do retain anti-ship capability. Basically, my wonder is if we had warheads adjusted for that size of ship and that kind of magnetic influence of that level of armor. It probably would work, as I said. Probably would, but it's... Again, with the submarines, it's not less the torpedoes, and it's more a case of where are they going to be. If they're all waiting at Scapa Flow for the Royal Navy to come out, if they're all in the run to the south position, that's interesting. They're all at run to the north position, that's also interesting. Where are they to influence the battle? That's the problem with the what-ifs when you start using those sort of submarines. And that's good. I think I saw a video covering this, and the answer was not much would change, as the Type 21 production used almost all German supply of various rare materials. Yes, it does, but honestly, a lot does change in other ways if they're focusing on the Type 21s, in that those are far more difficult subs to... Frank's asking, would HMS Gloucester and Fiji be worth finding? Yes, because they're cute ships. I think Gloucester, we know roughly where she is. Joe, question in relation to the 16, 18-inch iron guns. Were there any projects or thoughts around 19s and possibly about 16.5-inch guns in the UK? Sounds like good progression. 1.5-inch, 12 to 13.5, 15, 16.5. I don't know about 19. 16.5s I have heard about, but nothing much. Nothing concrete. Pete Dawson, Water Stones advertised a book at £30 last week. Ooh, cool. A Bug Guy 8829. If you could only have one type, would you rather have battlecruisers or battleships and not a hybrid like a fast battleship? If I could only have one or the other, I'd have battleships, probably. And please note, I'm saying this knowing that someone who spends the entire time talking about it's the operations, not the things that matter. But the point is that the battle cruiser is a very large cruiser. So yes, I still have cruisers if I don't have battle cruisers. So I can still do the commerce warfare and those roles with cruisers. The thing about a battleship is, especially while the period why you need a battleship, you need a battleship. I would want that to be as fast a battleship as possible. I have to admit that I would really want the battleship to be as fast as freaking possible. I do not understand the R-class. I know Britain goes, we want 8, we won't wait. But I do not understand it. There is no concept in any shape or form that you build a ship less capable than you can build. I think anyone who builds a ship less capable than they are actually able to build is doing a disservice to their crews and doing a disservice to the nation. Tarmin, in a world where 18-inch guns get made, what size are ships going to get? Knowing that someone is going to go, after all, trying to make a ship around armored against 18, it is inevitable. I think you're probably talking about 50,000 tons plus. I could honestly see something around the 52, 53,000 tons mark. Entering service. Let's go. People asking about Singapore, Norway, and the loss of HMS Glorious. If someone asks a question about the loss of Crete, we'll have hit the set for things that irritate Dr. Clark. Okay. HMS Glorious. What happens when you put a submarine captain in charge of an aircraft carrier? Disagrees with aircraft carrier, aircraft commander, fails to put aircraft on patrol, does not have a strike ready. To be fair, I don't blame that on him being a submarine commander, I blame that on him being an idiot. Or be acting like an idiot at that point. A perfectly sensible commander suddenly becomes a complete and utter idiot. I do not know why. Stress of war, perhaps. Because first of all this talk of 16, 18-inch guns and hypothetical 20-inch guns will be perking up Fisher's Ghost. Ooh, that could be interesting. The main problem with 20-inch gun is the sheer length of the gun barrel and operating it. The square cube law just makes it enormously annoying. Same with the 18-inch gun, honestly. That's good. Talking on Crete, was it an active decision to take the heavy equipment off the troops during Greece region, or did someone foobar? Massive foobar. Gar Harmon. Oh, wonderful. I'll try pen and sword there, because Orange Smith registered as something that will come out. Samuel, do you think there's a role for a new late 30s, 40s Royal Navy 8-inch or 9.2-inch gun cruiser in World War II or post-war? Yes. I was actually looking at the recent posts by Matthew on this one, Matt Warwick. I think his surname is Warwick. And I could be getting that one wrong. And honestly, 9.2-inch cruiser starts to make sense to me in the 1940s, late 1940s, early 1950s, as Britain's no longer building battleships. You need a large escort, though, and a 9.2-inch cruiser backing up your carriers gives you the presence and status. Honestly, I think the 9.2-inch cruiser is needed because in the early 40s, because to be honest, the RN needs something which has more hitting power in its cruiser line. It needs the 6-inch cruisers for the majority, and it needs the Town class cruisers for long-range operations. It needs the Aerofuser class for the close operations. It needs a hitting cruiser. It needs a next-generation heavy cruiser, and it hasn't got one. And its next-generation heavy cruiser is going to have to punch above its weight, which means a 9.2-inch gun is probably necessary. You say Type 212 is not massively fast, but compared with World War I era capital ships, they do 23 knots submerged in multiple week inches of endurance. Okay. Alright. The question was the current German Navy. And yes, they can do 23 knots submerged, and they can be quite fast. But right. Honestly, of the 212s, I tend to prefer the Italian ones, but leaving that to one side, their range is 8,000 nautical miles at 8 knots. Their maximum speed is 20 knots submerged, and this is according to U-boat class 212A, the Deutsche Marine own website. So they can do 20 knots submerged. They're going to use up their power a lot quicker that way. The thing is, they can do all that. Their endurance is 3 weeks without snorkeling, 12 weeks overall. But that isn't going at full speed the whole time. So, yes, they can do sprint runs of 20 knots, but that's going to use up their power supply quite a lot. Unless they decide to do surface and charge, or they're doing their snorkeling, in which case that's going to be slower. It's not as simple as they will just dash around using their torpedoes. And I think they can carry a total of 13 weapons. They have 6 tubes and they carry a total of 13 weapons. And they're a mixture of Seact, the DM2A4s, or IDAS, their sort of missile system, which they can carry. Plus, they can carry mines, which could be quite interesting. They could be using mines. So, they are very capable diesel-electric submarines. But, honestly, again, and I put this to you, if they turn up at the Battle of Jutland, if I'm a High Seas Fleet commander, I can coordinate with the surface ships. How am I going to coordinate with those submarines? Where are they? Yes, as you point out, they can achieve 20 knots, but the Royal Navy battle line can move at 21 knots plus. So they're just fast enough, it's going to be an issue keeping up. Or I can have them moving with my slower ships, and it's far more easy for me to coordinate. I don't need the killing power of those submarines to win this battle. I can use those submarines for other things after this. the sensor material data I get from the surface ships is going to be more than enough. Rankusak, what would be the long-term effects of the modern German Navy going back to Jutland in terms of engineering ship development? It almost caused me to waste iron brew. Massive. Massive. I just think about it. Every area of technology would just be taking on a massive acceleration. It would give Germany a huge boost up on the technology scale, but that could also be its own problems because they would run out of weapons for those ships quite quickly. They would have to learn how to fire control tables, etc. It would take you time to reverse engineer them. And technologically so powerful, you either have one of two scenarios. You either have everyone turn to peace, or, and this is the other possibility, they are so technologically advanced, they're getting help from aliens or whatever the world interprets it as, that you have everyone turn on them. Either way, it's not good. X more missed. Will UK build a third Queen as a class carrier? I'd love us to, but I doubt we're going to. Sims, how viable would the two unfinished Iowa class Illinois and Kentucky have been if they had been completed as missile cruisers in the 1950s? Oh, they could have been cool. They could have carried a lot of missiles. Seneca de Nero, what is the most cursed ship design you've ever seen? Most ugly, most practical, fiction or otherwise? Kuznetsov. Honestly, if there's any ship which deserves to be put out its mercy and given a sea burial, it's that one. Dev Squad, given they changed the person in charge of Creek on a weekly basis, it wouldn't surprise me. Weekly? It's practically daily. The only person who managed to actually... Here's the thing. By the time they got to the actual operation of Crete, the person who'd actually been in Crete for the longest and who'd actually built up an operational plan, the person who was in charge of the Royal Navy MONAB in Crete, was by that point, I think, the third or fourth in command and was being ignored by everyone. Hmm. Budguy 8829, would the inline Kentucky get complete World War II if the Alaskas don't get built? Potentially. Andrew Cameron, it always feels like World War II came just a few months earlier than we were really ready. Basically, if the Germans could have held off to 1942, it would have made everyone very happy. And Nick orders: could Iron Duke have been reactivated enough to be used as a convoy escort? With a lot of work. Pentminter, what major changes do you think would happen in World War II if the Nordic countries, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland, would make an alliance on the 2nd of September 1939? if they made an alliance and stood up their reserves and basically said we were an armed neutrality, then there could have been a very interesting scenario. For starters, Denmark could well have had reinforcements of military forces, which might have made a German invasion very difficult. Norway, Sweden, and Finland together, yeah. The British and French would probably have made friends with them. B. Dawson, in a combined Pacific fleet, the US also has a bit of oil. The trouble is, so does the Royal Navy. You must remember, the British have huge oil stores in Singapore and in Australia, and in Ceylon. And those three pretty much keep the British Pacific Fleet and a large chunk of American operations going for the whole of World War II. So, yes, the Americans have oil, and they have some ability to transport it, but again, the Americans build their fast oilers, but they don't have them immediately available in 1942. Surprisingly enough, if the British don't have to support a large rapid reaction force of ships in the Atlantic, they have a few more oilers they could send out there. And they're not a massive force, but it would make it a 50-50 oiler force, definitely. At least to begin with. Jeremiah, in a scenario of large Eastern Fleet, US carriers probably would try to raid frontline Micronesian atolls, so IJN would have to play whack-a-mole with them, and RM would elephant walk through Indonesia. I have a feeling there might be an interesting battle in the South China Sea, not far from the Philippines. Nick Waters, I read that the big Chinese crane RSI for use of Queen Elizabeth already agreed sold to a US company before they even started. It wasn't sold quite that quickly, and but yes, they did sell the big crane because they only needed it for while they were building them. But they have got. This is going to sound strange. If you did want to build it, you would just have to buy another crane. It would just be the cost of doing business. Frankenstein, what would have happened if a British cruiser squadron was visiting Pearl Harbor and was present for the attack? Ouch. Sean Brennan, if basically the cruiser squadron would have been involved in being attacked, it wouldn't have been good. There again, considering the British would have had a habit of possibly having radar on, they might have told the Americans, they're coming! Sean Brennan, if scenario of no major threat from German or Italian fleets, would US Navy also reinforce Pacific Fleet from Atlantic Fleet so it would have more than 3 carriers? Let's be honest, the reason the Americans only have 3 carriers immediately available at the beginning of the war is big, and that's what they would probably reinforce some of the stuff from the Atlantic Fleet, but also the reason they only really have 3 carriers is because the other ones they don't want to send out there. Non-home production. Thank you for humouring me, sir, with my 1942 question earlier. Don't worry. I've had far more weirder ones in class. The Transport. When copper-bottom ships were introduced, was there any thought to implement it throughout the hull as armour plating? That is, copperclads. No. Copper's not that great as armour. That's got Norwegian evacuation Bulgaria survives. I think you're right. The only real change is a lot of documents are burned instead of brought to the UK. Mm-hmm. If World War I does not happen, what does the Royal Navy look like? Do Arjun Korneren go to Turkey? If World War I doesn't happen, but you still have the Royal Navy keep building up ships, they probably make a jump at some point again to a next generation, because they've gone to Queen Elizabeth's class, and they've gone to Royal Sovereigns. They might do another class of 15-inch ships, but they also might do a class and jump higher, because the thing is, if the Germans are still building, the the British might go, we'll build another 8. And just deploy a fleet of a lot of 15-inch. Plus, you probably have all the Queen Elizabeth class get built, so you probably have an HMS Agincourt, but she will be the 6th Queen Elizabeth class. You will have the full 8 R class built, so you'll have 14 15-inch gun ships in the RN, and then you'll have whatever comes next after the R class, probably. You see, you've built 14 ships in a row. At a certain point, you look at the British and go, okay, alright, you've built a load of 13.5-inch ships, you built 15-inch ships. You're probably at that point going to look at it and bump up a bit. So it's, do you go to 16, 16.5, or do you go to 18? So the Royal Navy ends up being very battleship heavy throughout World War One. I don't know if you get aircraft carriers. You might, but I think they'd be implemented. You definitely don't have the Royal Air Force. And I have a feeling aircraft start to emerge probably in the 1920s, 30s. They don't emerge as quickly. You're probably looking at them being about the equivalent of the 1920 level by the 1940s. Because war does accelerate these things. And more importantly, war accelerates the amount of people involved in their production. And that's far more important. It crowdsources this problem solving. Whereas if you have it by natural evolution, it takes longer to get that, reach that critical mass. Nicholas, how do battleships target? Is it a distant point or a distant line segment based on the distance between the turrets? It's a lot of maths, because it's a case of that target is here. I am here. They are, let's say, moving in this direction. The flight time is not going to be calculated as this from me firing my guns, because I'll be firing my guns maybe in a couple of seconds, so when I'm here. And they might be here. At which point I need to make sure my guns are hitting where they're going to be, where I'm aiming at them. And it's a lot of very dedicated, very complicated mathematics that they put through, and they have various fire control tables, which are basically very rudimentary computer systems, to try and work out and minimize the human ability to make errors in that. And sure, Return class is roughly equivalent to Cleveland's class in Bow. So even when the submersible under 21s, you don't think they would have got significantly more kills? I recall a story of a 21 captain that got in a convoy wasn't believed until the convoy arrived and logs were compared. The 21s are good, and they are crewed by the best captains, but if you have that many, then the odds are they're going to be... How do I put this lightly? They're going to have they're not going to be as good. When they go out, they get put in the best ones they can. Admittedly, earlier in the war, they've got better ones and more experienced captains available as well to command them, so that will even out. But it's a case of a Type 21 is a great tool, but if you're trying to... It's still facing the same problems, in that the moment it starts firing, there are going to be escorts hunting it down. And in the end, the escorts win because the submarine, even the Type 21, has far more limits on its endurance at that time than a modern one does. Hood always looks good. Vision. Are 6 guns really good enough for good fire control for a dreadnought? Curator from BB New Jersey doesn't make so. Renown and Repulse did well enough with 6 guns. Let's be honest. Again, this is nicked from Matt Warwick earlier, but let's consider this. Renown Repulse, 6 guns. Australia has got 8. Indeflexible has 8. Tiger has 8. But Repulse, Renown, they have 6, they're fine. I think 6 guns is okay. More guns does make fire control to an extent easier, but again, if you've got 6 18-inch guns, they're going to create a fairly big bang. Can't go with Remon Torpedo. How do modern anti-surface Russian torpedoes fare? A lot better. They are very, very good. Alright. Someone's just popped out the door. I'll be back in a second. Ow, that hurt. Ow. Sorry, is this the one to the wood? A piece of wood moved? Ay, caramba. I don't know. I've run out of Ferrero Rocher. Life is dead. Life is tough. Right, The ship's armour is concentrated on its broadside, not trying to protect the keel from sudden bubble or nitrogen. So below. Also, you just a moment all the torpedoes packed much more explosive, yet Montauk's have 35% heavier charge. And that's a World War II 533mm top, not the World War II era small fish. Yes and no. And I'm not just being difficult saying that. Okay. So, yeah, torpedoes. 1 torpedoes. You've got the fact that you've got mines, you've got various other things that the ships are armoured for in this period. And yes, it going off, any torpedo going off underneath them is going to have an impact. But, because of nitrogen removal. But what you are broadly speaking, trying to get through or not, is A, those torpedoes, they are orientated around certain things. We all design our torpedoes around their likely engagement target. I don't think modern torpedoes will be as good at dealing with dreadnoughts as the older torpedoes. And I say that based on the choices made during the Falklands War. And I have to believe the submarine captains in the Falklands War, when they were loading their torpedoes up and working out what they were going to do, had to have a reason for their choices. So yes. Saying it again, they're the German Navy 212s. Yeah. And Andrew Campbell, I would like the R-Class more if they came before the Queen Elizabeth. They would certainly make more sense then. Here's a proper what if. How would various ships deal with a hit from a Schwer Gustav shell? Okay. It's a 31.5-inch shell. It's a railway gun. If you actually get hit by it, it doesn't honestly matter. High explosive armor piercing, that's going to cause a lot of damage. You just don't want to get hit by it. No, there is. I'm trying to figure out a way. I'm mentally going through and trying to figure out a way for any of them to survive, and I don't think there's any ship which survives getting hit by such a shell. Oh. Dirt Scott. We want 8 and we want 8. The Royal Navy wanted 6, the Treasury were willing to fund 4, so they compromised and ordered 8. Well, these things happen. It's the joy of politics. With the R-Class, they should have said if they want 8 and won't wait, the government should open up the purse strings. After all, people don't want crappy battleships. And you have to say, the Sync-X is cool on the US America. Carmen, did you show Drac my Type 83? I think we did. We're not doing a lot of discussion about aircraft carriers. Frank Spencer, did you ever play Medal of Honor or Silent Thunder? Not from memory. Christian, agree on R-Class, but don't babies often build less capable ships in the naval economy, like navies often build less capable ships in the naval economy, like Type 31s. There is a difference between building a battleship, which is your capital ship, less capable, and building a frigate or an escort, which is designed, in Type 31 case, around being cheap and affordable. Because you could argue that the Royal Navy should have spent all its money building destroyers, but instead they build the Flower class. One is built for one is something your massive numbers is measured in dozens if you want to build it. One is measured in handfuls, even if you do have mass. That's good. 6 guns aren't enough to do half battery ranging salvos, but if you've got 2 ships working together, as is usually the case, it's still a viable range there that can be shared. Yeah. Frank Sarson, did the town survive as much damage as they did because they were supposed to get into surface radar action? I think that does argue a lot about their design, yes. Definitely. I think modern ships are German ships. Jeff Wheeler, I think modern Germans are going to immediately try to end the war. Their very presence gives their word weight, and they know what is going to happen next 100 years. They can kill Hitler at all. Jeff, I love you dearly, but you're presuming 3 things here. You're presuming that those people are all lovely, nice people, and as much as I love armed forces, they have their share of SHITs as any one group does. Some of them even achieve command. We don't like it, but they do. You're also presuming that they have a massive sway over the elected. They're sworn to serve Germany. At this point, the German government is the Kaiser. There is the there is the parliament. There is all the things going on. That's the legitimate government. They're going to take their orders from the government. Yes, they have knowledge. But at this point, Hitler is a corporal. You can stop his rise, but how do you know who else will come? You cannot presume, and as much as I love this, let's put it this way. Let's say I was the person that could go back in time to 1918, and give my knowledge and help out that way. What are the odds that Britain, with that information, what would they do with that information? Would they use it to build a global utopia? No, because in the 1920s, that wasn't the mindset. Let's be honest, and even these days, I doubt it's the global the mindset. It would be. Let's put it this way. At best, you would have peace. At worst, you would have a war which would have a rapid expansion of technology beyond the ethical comprehension of the period to deal with it. I.e., the reason why it's so important we study humanities as well as STEM is because the two need to go hand in hand as they move forward, so that you don't. So you ask the question, not just can we do something, but should we do it? There's a lot of stuff we can do as humanity. There is far less stuff we should do. There is a cat emoticon, which I remember seeing, which I will go back and find. I think was from the lovely Melanie. 1640. Let's see if I can find the cat emoticon. There's a cat emoticon on. There it is. And this is why I love bouncing stuff like this off you. You have such a wide base of knowledge to integrate the possibilities and answer. I try. I have to admit, torpedoes is fun. Also, and I would say this in the nicest thing to the modern German fleet, they have been funded so poorly by their nation. They have had various, including the person who's currently the president of the European Union, or whatever she is. They have been funded, Ursula von der Leyen, or whatever, have been funded and managed so poorly. There could be a big difference in how they react turning up there in that scenario. Hello, Rapido's back. Gordos, I may be optimistic, but I saw T-31 as most likely the way to eventually get hull numbers up hard and current. Originally, I saw Treasury T-26 hatchet job, but it's not that simple. No, that's the trouble with the T-31. Dev Squad, if they're working alone, they're usually up against things which can't really hurt them, so using full salvo ranging is less of an issue. Rapadoza, what are some books you own but regret buying? Don't really have any I regret buying. There's a few I regret being sent to me to review. But there's none I regret buying. This runs for your opinion, USS Alaska battle cruiser or a large cruiser? I always argue it's a battle cruiser, but one developed from a cruiser rather than a cut-down battleship. They're convergent designs, aren't they? I would call the US Alaska the last armored cruiser. There's a reason for this. If you consider the heavy cruiser is basically a truncation of two cruiser types, the protected cruiser and the armored cruiser. And I would sort of the first-rate protected cruiser and the armored cruiser. And the light cruiser is in many ways the second-rate and protected cruiser and the scout cruiser being combined together. I would argue that the Alaskas are an armored cruiser. And I would argue us looking at them as a battle cruiser. Well, if we're doing that, then it's got to be battle, then cruiser, space in between, like I prefer to write it. Strub. I saw me using an F-4 Wildcat in 1941, an F-14 Tomcat in 1981, and an F-35 JSF in 2021. All the same number of years apart. Has tech slowed down or unseen? Seems to me a pilot from 1981 could understand an F-35. Probably could, but honestly, the cockpit's going to be completely different. There's going to be all sorts of touch screens in there. There's going to be all sorts of stuff in there. And then, let's be honest, the headset. I think the thing you're dealing with is the fact that there is very obvious differences between the Wildcat and the Tomcat, i.e., one has a propeller and one is built around its engine. But then the Tomcat's built around its engines, and the F-35 is built around its engines. So, beyond the initial impression, all share a very similar of differences and similarities. They all share a very similar DNA and structure that they're built around their engines, but those engines are incredibly different on a metallurgic level, let alone an operational level. How much space do you need for a 15-inch gun versus a 16-inch? It's a little bit less for a 15-inch, but not much. In fact, it's near enough as makes no difference. It's more in case of accommodating a similar caliber that causes you issues. Samurai, I like Kuznetsov. For what it was designed to do, it makes sense. Stick close to Kirov and allow an outer air battle in defense of the fleet with Su-33. Very niche, but it's nice. I agree it was a good idea then. I'm not sure it's a good idea now, the poor ship. Tom Golding, what if the Falklands crisis of 1770 to 71 went hot with or without French resistance to Spanish? Without French resistance to the Spanish get very nastily mauled. With French resistance to the Spanish, there is another in the ongoing crisis of wars between between Britain and France. Carmen, US have oil, but they still use British depots if they're closer to them. True. Or if that failed, go over ships by near and shoot their way. I have no idea what that's saying, Carl. I think you had a good idea, but the auto text has mangled it. How far can China push in the SCS before everyone says enough? Well, that's the billion live question, isn't it? Please note what I said there. The billion life question. Because that's what'll happen. And there is a level at which they can't push beyond. But the Chinese don't know that, and we don't know it. No one really knows it. Because it depends on internal politics as much as external politics in all sorts of scenarios. What happens if China fires on a Philippine ship or an Indonesian ship or a Vietnamese ship? We don't know. We only or Taiwan or even worse, decides to fire on an Australian or a British ship or an American ship. We know then those countries respond, but their allies respond as China immediately then go, hang on, no, we're going to. Sorry, it was an accident. Mea culpa, we're falling back. I don't see Chinese wolf warrior diplomacy being able to walk back from such a mistake if something happens. What's the weirdest question you've had in class? Student asked me if we could have solved World War II's problems by marrying Princess Elizabeth to Hitler. Sorry, YouTube, you won't like that one. My point was that in 1939, that definitely wasn't happening, as Princess Elizabeth was much too young, and I don't think anyone in Britain would have actually gone for it or agreed to it. Frankly, yeah, no. Because their argument was based on that Princess Elizabeth, of course the Queen, who's so upright, moral, and good during her reign, she would have pulled in the excesses of the German regime. Yeah. It was quite. When I explained the relative ages, then the student went, oh. But, yeah. It was that's one of the weirdest questions I've ever been asked. And that was only a few weeks ago. Shemak, wait, they don't want to send the Yorktown or Hornet? What are you smoking, AC? Honestly, there are all sorts of ships the Americans do not want to send to the Atlantic, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. let's see. Carriers, they didn't want anywhere near the near the Pacific. The Ranger. They sent Yorktown and Enterprise. They probably wish they hadn't sent Wasp. Lexington and Saratoga, of course, both get sent. Lexington gets sunk in Coral Sea. The Yorktown Midway. Enterprise survives. Wasp, Guadalcanal. Hornet, Santa Cruz. Essex survives. CV-10 Yorktown survives. But let's be honest, when does she enter service? She is commissioned 1943. So you have in 1940, Essex only comes into service in December 1942. So in 1942, your options available. That will be sunk in 1942. Well, let's be honest, Langley, which is being converted back to a seaplane ship, is sunk in 1942. Lexington is sunk in 1942. Yorktown is sunk in 1942. And Wasp is sunk in 1942. And Hornet is sunk in 1942. So the US Navy in World War II, at the beginning in 1942, has 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 ships which have been aircraft carriers, 7 currently in use of aircraft carriers, and 1 ship they do not deploy to the do not want anywhere near the Pacific. Yeah. Sorry, Ranger. Nowhere. And Joe, another question, Roback. Would Queen Elizabeth class with 5th turret, Orion style, at around 25 knots speed be logical projection as next class after the I class in case of Naval 1? I actually think you'd more likely get a growth to treble turrets. You either get them go up above 15-inch, or they go up to treble turrets. Have you ever used the phrase, I don't know in class? I'm an academic. I'm constitutionally unable to phrase that phrase. No, I do say I don't know on occasion. I teach history of engineering to engineers, and sometimes they ask me a math question and I definitely don't know. But my standard policy is usually to respond with, I'm not sure, let's look that up. Not because I don't admit when I'm at home or anywhere like that I don't know, but more because one of the first rules I was taught when I was teaching was the class depends on you being honest, but they also depend on having confidence with them. And saying you don't know immediately starts to undermine their confidence. So if you say, I'm not sure, and rather than say the wrong thing, I want us to look it up because it's a while since I taught this, or I haven't ever covered it from that angle before, so let's look it up to check, is far better. Because it means basically the same thing, but it comes across better. Yeah, but to be fair, the Yorktowns aren't left in the Atlantic for that long. So I was sort of including them in the mental group. They're still not quite the 6 carriers the RN's putting together. Andrew Reynolds, the biggest difference between the F-14 and F-35 is size. The F-39 is much smaller because of more advanced vision systems. Yeah. Well, not immediately, but she needs to finish working up. But the Yorktown, there is no reason she wouldn't be sent. There is no reason Yorktown wouldn't be sent, and I'm sure she would get sent, but I wouldn't really consider her that much part of Atlantic Fleet at this point. She's basically been told she's going to be part of the Pacific at a soon point. Now, you are in charge of invading Italy after Sicily. How would you have done so? Depends how evil I want to be. Honestly, I don't want to fight my way through Italy. I don't want to. It's mountainous. It's awful terrain for fighting. It's frankly a nightmare. And if I'm in charge, and I'm presuming without hindsight, but with my love of history, then, well, I would be naughty. I would be incredibly naughty. And that I would probably aim for much further north than anyone else sort of named at. I would be looking at probably the area around Genoa. And I know that would be going straight into the teeth of the enemy, the Ligurian Sea. But my thinking is, if I can invade Italy in the north and cross from one side to the other, fight my way across, I can cut off a huge amount of German forces without any supplies down in the southern Italy. And there's no retreating to defensive lines because I'll be behind all their lines. And there are some fairly good roads going across, even at that time. And the thing is, once you get to the other side of the Tuscan Emilian sort of park area, you're onto the flats. The lovely sort of, the lovely sort of flat area you get of it, not in northern Italy. It's sort of going from Milan down to San Marino and up to Venice, and sort of that lovely area, which I love on, Railroad Tycoon 3. I tend to build my railway straight through there, and you can really maneuver forces around there. So if I can get onto that area and get my tanks there, I can come down, knock you off, and then I can deal with you as I wish. Roberto, what's your dream World War II surface action group? Well, I wouldn't say no to a I wouldn't. Let's put it this way: I would definitely not say if I could have a Lion class. I'd be rather happy with Lion and Temeraire. I'd want a full flotilla of tribals and a full flotilla of Fletchers, because I think if you have 2 flotillas of destroyers, that's fairly cool. I'd... I'd probably want some Atlanta-class cruisers as air defense, and I'd want Town-class cruisers for surface defense. And I'm not sure what I'd pick for heavy cruisers. Probably Alaskas. Yeah. And the reason I'm picking the Lions is because, frankly, oh, they look good. They would have been gorgeous. The Godhood, she's a good-looking ship, isn't she? Yep, she is. How close does a 15-inch shell need to be without hitting you to still be a problem? Let's put it this way. If you're a destroyer, a 15-inch shell landing anywhere near you is going to cause you trouble. If you're a cruiser and it doesn't hit you but lands close, that's probably going to be a shaking time. If you're a battleship, keep plowing on. Do the escort's window. When you have a 7, that can do 7 or 8 knots for maybe an hour, versus a boat that can dash away at 50 knots for a bit and then go quiet. The possible area that sub could be in very quickly outstrips what the escorts could search, doesn't it? Yes, but so the sub gets away. That's not the point of the thing, is to try and drive the sub off and stop it getting the kill or being able to kill lots of other ships. And it won't always get away, because sometimes there'll be a commander who manages to get out of it, or sometimes they'll be doing their one boat fixing it, one boat coming in to prosecute the attack. And then there's the forward-firing mortars being developed, etc. They would probably get far more rapidly deployed. Turn around. World War I does not happen, but instead we have a war in the South Atlantic involving Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. Who has the navy most capable of coming out on top? Well, Chile gets the super dreadnoughts. Brazil has got the Menes Creases. Argentina, good ships but limited. Depending on where the war when the war happens, I think Chile and Brazil probably beat Argentina. Andrew Reynolds. 4 guns was long considered minimum for effective fire control. More is just superior kitting power. Andrew Reynolds. Wasp was built a lot lighter for treaty limits and didn't have the same defense as the Yorktown had. Wasp just isn't really good. Something you want to send into the Pacific War. And I'm not saying that to be cruel to Wasp. Honestly, but yes, Harv gas goes up. Yes, it could have happened to any carrier. But again, I don't see that happening in the scenario we've talked about. In the scenario we've talked about, also, would the Americans need to rush deploy ships from the Atlantic if the British have enough carriers and sitting there in the Ocean coming to join them? Maybe they do, but then those join up and they're part of a major carrier striking group. Instead of you having maybe 6 versus 3 carriers, you might well have the Japanese facing off against a fleet which has... Well, let's put it this way. If the Americans do deploy everything and don't leave anything in the Pacific, in the Atlantic at all, other than Ranger, because no one will want to take Ranger, you have Yorktown, Enterprise, Wasp, Hornet. So you have those 4, Saratoga and Lexington. So you have 6 American carriers. You have, let's say, now, Courageous, Glorious, and Furious we left in the home waters. Eagle and Hermes are sunk. So the Royal Navy has Ark Royal. And I've early commissioned Unicorn. Instead of her waiting to 42, she gets there, and she doesn't get delayed. She gets there in 40. She gets there in 42, which she could have done. Illustrious class, minus Illustrious. There's the 3 of those, so that's 5. Then you have Implacable and Indefatigable. Which again are delayed because of various things, so you can accelerate their construction. They're commissioned in 44, but they could have been ready a lot earlier. And under those scenarios, you probably would do, because if you've wiped out the surface fleet, you can then concentrate on that, and you would do. So you've got 6 to 7 RN carriers, 6, let's say, US carriers. Although, honestly, if I was the Americans, I'd have left Wasp behind if I could. Because, like Ranger, she shouldn't be there, because she is a lighter build ship. And just concentrate on the Yorktowns and the Lexingtons. They'd work it out. Cosmos, anyone heard any news on the loss in Indonesia's submarine? I know she's lost all hands and centimeters, but I mostly heard speculation. There's a suggestion that it might have been one of those rare waves you can get underwater, an indurant wave, I think it was called. Someone was talking about it, but no one's sure yet. We'll know more once we manage to recover a lot more information. Cajun, you know he's going to Google the who are you suggest? Please don't stop encouraging people to Google the Blackburn. It's cruel. They have eyes. Protect them. But Gaite Tunun, would the Alaskans have seen more combat if they had a reasonable torpedo defense system? Possibly, but also if they'd been completed earlier, they might have actually done something. Also, how would World War II change, at least in the Pacific, if the battleships still ruled the waves? You could have had a very large version of Jutland take place in the sort of Western Pacific at some point. That could have been quite interesting. No, Wasp is certainly not the worst carrier. No, no, no. In the nicest way, no carrier gets the title worst carrier while there is Burn still in existence. As long as Burn still floats, no other carrier can get the worst carrier. Honestly, HMS Argus could be on fire, sinking at both ends, split in the middle, and she would still be a better aircraft carrier than Burn. Okay, probably not quite that bad, but Burn is pretty darn terrible. Mm. Paul, isn't it amazing the RN issued Tigerfish even though the new sub-captains had no confidence in it? This doesn't really surprise me. Any modern force. It's now nearly 9 o'clock. Schwer Gustav was an HE round for bunker busting. It was from my notes, it was the railway gun. So that might be my notes. If we're talking Falklands era British torpedoes, 100%, there were some serious problems with Tigerfish in service at a time that I don't believe apply to modern DM2A4 Spearfish or Mark 48 ADCAP. I wouldn't put that down. Also, Tigerfish had a bit of a small warhead too. Okay. Andrews, how are carrier operations affected without radio and radar? Well, at the time they did them mostly by launch and go in that direction and tell me what you find when you get back. It's interesting. And a lot of light flashing. That's what the issue to show Gustav is accuracy. Damage depends on if you're hit. And with the Gustav, it's a very big if. The gun could target a town accurately, but nothing smaller. I think they were quite good against forts, which, honestly, let's be honest, are probably about the same size as a ship, although ship is probably longer and more compact, whereas the fort is more of a space. But, if the ship's not moving, you might have a chance for a long time. Sometimes. Best early war carrier for Pacific World War II, Yorktown class or Shokaku class? Best early war carrier for Pacific and World War II. Third option, Ark Royal, if it had still been Ark Royal. Because all three, I would say, are built to a sort of similar sort of idea to an extent. They're all, to an extent, a reflection on the problems you have in the 1930s with treaties and designs. With their December 1941 aircraft, I would probably, In daytime, give it to the Shikako. In nighttime, give it to the Ark Royal. With and I would say the Yorktown's the best all round. So it's the second best, probably in the daytime with its aircraft, and it's the second best at night. I would argue because, well, the Shikako could theoretically do night flying, but honestly, the Japanese and neither the Americans or the Japanese are very good at night. Let's be honest, they're just not. At this point, they're not for their carriers. The Japanese have excellent destroyer capabilities at night, and their cruisers are very good at night. Their carriers, not in 1942. To be honest, they're not that different to carriers. If you consider it, they're all... Well, the Shikaku is actually a lot heavier. It's 32,000 tons. And the American carrier is Yorktown's 26,000 tons. And let me just check Ark Royal, because I will say it and then I will get it wrong, because I remember something random probably knowing me. The mood I'm in tonight. And the deep load, 28,000 tons for Ark Royal. So she's the middleweight of the three at full load. ...260 meters roughly, 250 meters length of... No, 250 meters again, and 240 meters. They're all much of muchness. They're good ships, though. Hang on, I've got a jump to burn. And I know I wasn't this far along. It's flicked all the way down to the bottom for me. And so I'm now trying to find where I was. I think I've gone past where I was now. That's a tigerfish. Gustav. Best early. That's Sam Thompson's questions. Alright. Dev Scott, what's the chance of the modern day German Navy knowing their history, sailing into Scapa Flow under the flag of truce and joining the Royal Navy instead of the High Seas Fleet? They're pretty patriotic, and they might think if they join the German Navy and the Germans win World War One, they avert that history. Paul, how do you rate the Weimar Republic's naval procurement strategy? All over the place, but interesting. Deutschland class are some very nice heavy cruisers, although it would have been better with 8-inch guns. Angus Sloan, Germany, we have a high sea fleet. Great Britain, we have a Dr. Clark. Show me your 18-inch guns. Mitch writes, unless you have had ironclad proof you were from the future, you'd be locked up in the asylum just on the claim you were from the future and completely ignored. I would have to have some ability to prove I was from the future so they would listen to me. Either that or mind control. Dan, what do you think of the books I bought this weekend? Do you have them? Are they good? I have not caught up with my Discord or really anything at all this weekend because of yesterday's fun. So I'm a bit behind on all those. Alright, can we versus should we? Debate is perfectly encapsulated in the GMA debate. That's a black hole of moral questions regarding the field of study. Yeah. That's right. So you mean you were not assigned books you did not want to read in grad school? Honestly, I was fairly good at leading upwards as well as leading downwards when it came to my master's courses. And I said, Doctor, never will you hear me complain of you being difficult. The fact that I have someone in my life with the breadth of knowledge you possess, and you're willing to spend time chatting, me and others about this, yes, but I enjoy it. I love chatting with someone who can tell me I'm wrong about something and why. Well, the thing is, Nunley, and I noticed this quite a lot with all of the chatting on here, rarely is anyone here wrong. In fact, I don't think, barring if someone came on here and told me the Bern was the best aircraft carrier ever designed, they would ever get me to say that. That or that the Blackburn was in any way an attractive-looking aircraft. Either of those scenarios would get a wrong. But most of the time, it's merely a case of, well, you're right under that circumstance, but if you consider it in this circumstance and this circumstance, it won't work that way. So in a very narrow portion, you probably are right, and that's the reason you've come up with that conclusion. But the fact is, there is a wider area you have to consider of what might happen. So you're not so much wrong as you're not right in the wider circumstance, but you are correct in that one. And that's a difference. That's the first thing you learn when you're studying history at university, which is why history courses, especially as part of engineering degrees, are something I will always be singing the praises of. And history courses in general, I think, are incredibly important. And a few other courses which teach them things which teach people to go, hang on, I'm right, but am I right? In what ways am I right? Because sometimes you can be right and also wrong. Hence, currently in France, the French army is apparently very popular in terms of planning if it pulled off a coup, but that would still be the wrong thing to do. It might look like the right thing to do from a large portion of the country's perspective, but it's the wrong thing to do because that's what you're in a democracy. Have a frickin' election. Andrew Reynolds, World War II also kind of set up the Cold War, so as usual, things are kind of mixed. Yeah, the thing is, history happens. And you start off with one change enough earlier on, and big things happen. Let's be honest. The thing I most and I'm sort of currently doing a lot of work on. And I've got to try and find someone to do some CAD work for me on. Because let me just make sure I get the names all correct. The thing I'm currently working on a paper, I'm sort of working on, in to extent, are what happens if Anson, Howe, and Rodney, that's Hood's sisters, are completed as aircraft carriers rather than courageous and glorious. Because I want to look at those aircraft carriers, because I found talk of plans of converting them. I haven't managed to find the plans yet. So I'm trying to work out what the likely shape would be before I get anyone involved and ask if someone would actually do the designing work for me on CAD. Because my CAD skills are basic. I try my best, but they are basic. It's one of my limitations. So why, when I'm designing this and putting this together, I mostly work with the wood and fit it around and try and see how it looks rather than design it. I design it in my head and then build it. Might explain some of the problems with it, but it's mostly okay. Agnes Lowe, thoughts on possibility of successfully ramming an Alpha class with a Typhoon? Survivable for either? God, no. Maybe the Typhoon if it doesn't hit the Alpha class in the reactor. Maybe. Sometimes, how deeply could a U-boat dive and be detected by a Patalina using MAD? The early MADs weren't that good at depth, which is one of the reasons why they're used in the Straits of Gibraltar, because it's not that deep. It works there, but I think most of them could get beyond its range. I have just been messaged, and I'll be back in a second, but I haven't closed the greenhouse door yet, and it's now 10 past 9, so I'm going to get told off if I don't get it done quickly. Back in a second. Bertrand, and the reason they tell you you're wrong is factually correct. Otherwise, you just described 75% of the intolerable man-child population. To be honest, I think it's one of the best learning experiences you can have is actually having a conversation with people, thinking and working it through. Because sometimes, this is going to sound strange, I learn things because of the conversation I'm having. In that it forces me to think things through from a different way. And I learn facts which I might not have realised or from a different perspective. And that might make me consider whether I'm right or wrong. And there's a difference between being able to admit you were wrong or you didn't understand, or you didn't know all the facts, versus saying you didn't know something. And sometimes it's good because it forces me to explain my answers. And this is going to sound strange, but that is one thing you forget sometimes when you're a lecturer. You give an answer quickly and you move on to the main topic. And it's good when people ask follow-up questions and you go, oh, I didn't explain that properly. That's good. The annoying thing about predicting the future of international relations, the lines in the sand are only visible in hindsight. Yeah, who'd have thought the line in the sand would have been Poland? There is a very early form of MAD in use on Catalinas in Gibraltar and a few other areas in very shallow water, basically. Very, very early, and I'm not sure we'd really call it MAD as we understand it. It definitely was a fundamental understanding of many, many things. But to be fair, this is a student who was, how put this, not from a European background or an American background, so, and in the nicest way, their grounding in history is different than our grounding, which is good to have them in class. It was good to have the student in the class asking the question because it forced everyone to start thinking things through. And it was also kind of interesting when they realised one of the things was how long ago World War II actually was. Some people actually do think it was more recent than it was because the way we still talk about it so much. For them, it's just shouldn't we be not talking about this anymore? I was saying that had a British cruiser crew been in Pearl Harbor and they warned High Command, but nothing happened, they might have told closer ships to US and be ready and shoot that way. More than likely, they would have started flashing noises, and knowing the British, they would have been getting alert. Tim Sims, what do you think a modern armored cruiser would be like? $25,000 tons and a lot of missiles and a lot of guns. And probably a lot of, possibly nuclear power to give it a supply, to get over the powering lasers problems. And the emails problems. Not emails, what do we call them? Railgun problems. Because that's the easiest way to support it. We can build short-term capacitors, we just need a way to charge them quickly, and that's a nuclear reactor. At the moment, because the reason is a capacitor can't retain charge for that long, not sufficiently. That was the problem with them for the railguns for the Zumwalts. Doc Alpha, take care. Good night. Andrew Ernst, the population time. Sure, the two most capable carriers are Yorktowns and Lexington. Yorktown represents 50% of the carriers you said, all of which the USN didn't want in the Pacific Theater of Water operations. Okay. I don't tend to include those in the Atlantic though, because they tend to make it to the Pacific quite quickly and end up getting well used, let's say. Money 60 volume. Very interesting way to rephrase. I don't know. So, and Sean Mack, on that case, you've got me mea culpa. They're not really part of it. They are transferred quite so quickly out there. But again, you're talking about a scenario where the Royal Navy has a major carrier and battle force in the Indian Ocean, ready to go. The Americans would have to be restocked, resupplied, transferred over, not just to Hawaii, while doing Hawaii, and then transferred south to probably meet up with the British within weeks, if not days. I doubt they would be making it in time, so it'd be the ones in the Pacific already, which would be the ones which would count for initial operations. But there again, also, once you've started war, what do the British send out there? I wouldn't be surprised if Illustrious ends up going out there. After all, we make out about a carry in the Eastern Mediterranean when we need it. So probably she's gone. And I also wouldn't be surprised if Courageous or Glorious, one of them, ends up also going out there. And it's a very interesting way to rephrase I don't know. Try and make it positive. Tom Thompson, I have a parking lot where tough questions are parked. I look up some and often task the question to find answers and report back to the entire class. Yeah, that's another way. And look, too bad the Iron lost all those carriers early. Courageous, Glorious, and Ark Royal are all lost through stupidity. There is not a single one there which I would actually be... honestly, the RN should hold its head in shame at their losses. Their crews do well. I'm not complaining the crews. I'm in the nicest way. Courageous is lost through idiot decision-making. Glorious is hunting submarines. I know they don't have any other options, but still, the hunter-killer groups with a fleet carrier? That's what Hermes and Eagle and Argus are for. If you're going to do that, use Argus. She's expendable. No, not expendable, but compared to Glorious, expendable. Right, that's my point. You said all the carriers in the land were the ones the USN didn't want in the Pacific. So it's 5 carriers and not 3, like you said. 5 carriers, okay, yes. That's it. Mea culpa. But it's probably 3 for a good while until the other 2 can get through there. I thought this is the best live stream ever. Thank you. I'm not sure if that's me or you guys with the questions. I think it's the questions. Thank you to everyone, by the way, who is chatting away in this. And I will say, because I'll be finishing at 10 o'clock because I have to go into bed. And I'm quite tired with this drug. Oh, with the effects of this vaccine. So that's about another 35 minutes. So that's plenty of time. Thank you for the likes, Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for everyone who's pressed the little bell down there. Thank you to everyone who ever does super chats. Thank you for watching these videos. Thank you to everyone who's joined Discord and chatting away there. Thank you to everyone who's a patron. Speaking of Patron, I haven't even managed to open those questions because there have been so many questions coming in on the chat. I think I might have to do this occasionally. I might sort of make this into a once every other sort of month thing, because you do seem to be all enjoying it, and I enjoy the questions. Genoa would be a tough battle and hard going. Clear advantages to be made, but I know it's smart to invade via Genoa. Well, I'd make them think I was going south, and then I'd go north. I'd do the same trick again as I did off Sicily versus southern Italy. And besides, going southern Italy is the sensible route, because I've got air support and everything coming from Sicily, so of course I should go to southern Italy. Shomak, Oakland class is superior to Atlanta's. Fight me. I don't feel like fighting you today, Sean. Andrew Reynolds, would 2 gearing class be more useful than 1 Atlanta class, considering the gearings can be in 2 places at once? Yeah, but a surface action group there's a limit to. This is going to sound terrible. How many ships you can support in your surface action group for it to be an effective surface action group and actually respond quickly. Young Hudson. Also Malera, and as Dr. Clark said in Bill Trumps, they seem to produce stuff that actually works. More than less is marketed. Yeah. So rare when companies do that. Darius Rosowski. Hello, Darius. Wasp was a good carrier, but needed a refit to give her better torpedo defenses. Honestly, Wasp needed a fuel refit as well, but we'll leave that to one side. If she was limited to fighters and dive bombers. You can say if she'd been a British carrier, she'd been limited to fighters and torpedo bombers. Yes, for the Derp Squad, that's a nice idea, but the trouble is that means going into the Adriatic, and that would not be good. In which case, you'd be going for Genoa and Venice. They're the big ports. Let me just check up the correct pronunciation. Yeah, the idea is that there could have been a internal wave. Internal waves are waves which actually occur underneath the water between the less dense and the dense water depths. They can be up to 150 meters tall, so they could suck a submarine down rapidly when she's already going down. They're called technically internal solitary waves, and they're part of the motion of the sea. And it's basically caused by the boundary layers between that, as we all know, happen on the sea naturally, and that we use so much. Thank you. Someone's on a £5 super chat. Thank you. I'm not sure who, because it's so far away. I'll know when I catch up with it. Carmen, could Wasp and Ranger be used like HMS Unicorn to support the fleet carriers? They could with some modification. In fact, they'd be probably very useful for that. Shomak, my overall point is that I think it would be 2 commands, not one for the USN as a junior. You see, the thing is, the British would be having the battleships, the carriers, and the forward bases. So, what you might end up getting is, instead of having the lovely MacArthur being the commander of Southwest and Nimitz the commander of the Pacific, it could be that the Southwest is made, well, Southeast Asia, etc. area is made a British command, which could be entirely interesting for the war effort. It would probably cause King to have a minor panic attack, but it would probably be more fun for Roosevelt to deal with MacArthur. Who being put in charge probably would be, again, you'd be talking about Keyes or someone like that. Rex asking, Graf Zeppelin or Bern? Do you know? No, we're not getting into that. And as I said, I was quite right. I've done a video about those. I have explained what's wrong with both of them. I saw a sign of saying, "Thank you, Patron. Have been listening while scrubbing the deck, some bulkheads, and overhead of this admiral-sized gallery. Cool, but be slightly more, I'm glad, Frankly, if I was scrubbing an admiral-sized gallery, I'd just probably cook something in there first, just to make it a proper mess. Crazy Looker, how much iron brew to get the mythical Drac 4.5 to 5.5 mark? A lot, but possible. Shomak, if in defense of the burn, if you ignore all the actual issues with the burn and have 6 of them, they are pretty good CVEs. I will take your word for it on that. But I do notice you have to ignore all the actual issues. And look, when did the RN and the USN start to use radio beacons for aircraft navigation? The Royal Navy in the mid to sort of about the 1936-37, it started being more used. And it was, it's the flower of 1930s technology. The Americans were a little bit later, but not much. It wasn't. It took a while to implement because you needed an electrical supply high up in the ship. Hey there, Space Shovel. Hello. What if in the naval battle of Guadalcanal, Japan used Yamato and Nagato, Fuso and Yamasho instead of Hai and Hirana? Well, there's a very big battle for starters. If they have the fuel and the supplies to be able to use them, and well, you see, the let's put it this way. With more battleships, they potentially have a chance, but it's still, if it ends up following the same course, you probably end up with well, let's put it this way. You end up with a lot more American casualties, but you might still end up with an American win. Just about. It all depends on how close you end up getting in night battle. Sure, no, Yorktown is like 22,000 tons because the USN decided the British shouldn't have a monopoly on fudging of numbers. Yeah. Now, I've answered the Carl Harmon's one about the Wasp range being used to support the fleet carriers like Unicorn. It could have been. Hello, Furry Kitten. Team Long, hello. Moreover, what if Japan used Fuso and Ise classes for the Tokyo Express bombardments instead of Congos? They would be slower, so would be in range of attack for longer, but more heavily armed. Take care, Andrew Reynolds. So it's probably they end up getting more of them lost, but they might take a couple more ships with them. That's good. If you went into passive proof, you'd be locked in a gilded cage, interrogated, and the longer you don't answer, the more gilding your cage is. Oh, wait, answer. But my requirements would be I have to have a gentleman called Captain Reginald Henderson come and debrief me. And I never said I was going into the past right away back. Nice description of dialect thinking there, Doctor. Also, wait, what about a French military coup? Yeah, there's been a recent poll where about 55... apparently the public support there being a French coup to deal with the issues of... basically, they're worried about an Islamic takeover of France and all these things, and... I always love the way... yes, there is always nutty for people on the fringe. But in my experience, the vast majority of people are too busy getting on with their own lives to actually do anything like that. And that doesn't matter what they are. Vision. FS Burn with Blackburn squadrons midway would have changed naval history forever. They would have done something. Right and wrong, it's Schrodinger's answer. That's correct. That's yes, but honestly, that's most of the world. If you think about it, most answers are it's right, but under these circumstances or these criteria. Speaking of the coup, it reminds me of when the officer said he'd stage one if Corbyn got into power. Utterly insane. Should have been stripped of rank. Agreed. Re being right. Yes, you know like 4 things and get from it logically to point A, but then Dr. Clark knows 2 further things, which gets us to point B, and then might be 5 more things that countries knew and we do not, so they went to point C. This is the thing you have when you're a historian and going into archives, and it's something me and Drac love having chats about, because you know there are conversations going on which you do not have records of. It's like, I have said this on several lives and in several recorded videos. I know in my head what the logical progression of this must have been because I'm looking at the stuff. But I cannot prove it because that is not written down. But I can see where this comes about, and I can see where this was, and the intervening documents might not be there, but I know what must have been around for that to have come about. But I can't prove that. There is a whole section I can't, in my book, which would have been in my book, but I can't put in my book because I can't prove it. I know it. I know what it is. And I know what it would have been. And I know what would have come about from that, I think. But I can't prove it because the actual documents don't exist anymore. Or might never have existed. It might have all been discussions face to face, which weren't recorded. Let's go. A small group of 14 soldiers. It was a load of retired senior officers. And it was more than 10% of the population. Sadly enough. That's awesome. Being playing arborist. Enjoy. That's right. Well, I know someone who can do that. Make a cattle ship. Thank you. If there was a joint free French-British task force in the Pacific, would they call it Task Force Crimea as in the Russians? If the Royal Navy's in charge of naming it, it would have been called Task Force Sevastopol, probably. George Crabbe, what if USS Alaska gets time travel to the Guadalcanal campaign? Then the Japanese are going to be sunk quite heavily, because that thing had a lot of radars on it. And they could have maintained them, because it's not that far away. Something recently said about the Falklands got me thinking, do militaries need a serious conflict periodically to avoid bureaucratic overreach? You need to have a realistic understanding of what conflict is going to be, and you need to somehow find a way to prevent everyone getting very saltified in their positions and solidified and it getting very, very overly bureaucratic. A war tends to do that, but also some decent, realistic exercises where the results are properly examined and the two sides are allowed to properly engage will do it as well. Right then, Dr. Long, most submarines all need to come up above the thermal layer for targeting purposes. Then they are vulnerable. Sadly enough, true. Interesting how Napoleon III only picked wars away from home until it found him, and it's interesting how he chose to side with the British all the time whilst doing so. Well, that's because, frankly, deciding against the British didn't do well for all of his predecessors. And he had been a special policeman for the British at one point. I find lecturers frequently assume the audience knows as much as they do. You're actually not supposed to do that. As a lecturer, you're supposed to teach in a specific way. You're supposed to start off with an introduction, which encapsulates the concept or the topic. So it gives everyone an overview. Then you're supposed to give people a foundation, explain some key terms, give some basic context, some things that people can all draw into it. And then you're supposed to build from that. That is how you're supposed to approach the lecture. Again, if you look at my videos, hopefully I follow that, because that's what I'm taught to do. And I do usually try and follow that. Sometimes I get distracted by questions, I must admit, but I do try and follow that as a policy. So a good lecturer will tend to do that and then build up, so that you can take the audience with you. Because if it's at the beginning, the people who have knowledge tend to not mind it being there because they understand that it's probably for the people in the audience who don't have that knowledge. And the people who don't get picked up by it. And then everyone has a far better time. As my history teacher said, there's often no right or wrong answer with history. There's just perspectives. Very true. Take care, Stafford. I understand that. Team 1. Or rather, what if Japan used Fuso Nizer classes for the Tokyo Express bombers and Godakano, Yamato and Nagata as flank cover instead of the Congos? Again, you probably see the Americans have to make a significantly heavier response. But it is also going to be using up a lot more Japanese fuel. I know, Hitler wanted to start World War II in 1938 over the Czech crisis. Chamberlain foiled with peace in our time. Hitler didn't want to start war in 1938. Hitler didn't think there was going to be war. Hitler thought that everyone would keep backing down. He thought he'd be allowed to take Poland and they'd keep backing down. And then probably he'd go to war with the Soviet Union to get Lebensraum. And they would then, the Allies, the French and the British would back him up as long as he was beating up Germany. Beating up the Soviet Union. And actually, that's what a lot of the Soviet Union thought was going on as well. And to be honest, a significant portion of the American press thought that would happen. You know, that was what people were banking on. But Chamberlain, etc., made a promise and kept it. Dr. Clark, have you seen the book The Change of the Guard of the British Army since 9/11? It's fairly new, but by all accounts, it is an excellent view of the British Army. There's many I know who recommend it. I've been told I should read it, but I haven't yet managed to get a copy. Sherman, I seem to remember that at the Battle of Toronto, the Royal Navy aircraft carrier had a radio beacon type device for planes to find their way back to the carrier. That it did. Very useful. C1, did you watch Drak's interview with Captain USS Iowa? Because between your Dreadnought series and Drak's interview, I would be hard pressed to pick an Oscar winner. Good work, guys. Thank you. Probably Drak with the Captain of the USS Iowa, honestly. But I'm trying to work on that. I'm trying to get the National Museum of the Royal Navy to let me to go in and have a look around M33 for my Monitor series. I'm trying to let them get them. I have messaged them. We'll see what comes from it, because I think it'd be good to do some filming around her for the Monitor series. George Shelmack to George Crab, but if you put us something like Esperance, the entire Japanese Navy would die after Scott stops laughing manically. It would be interesting. What was the French stance on Falklands, seeing as they sold Exocets to both sides? They actually helped the British out in stopping Exocets getting to the important supplies getting to Argentina until after the war, so, you know. What are carriers lost to stupidity or incompetence or both? I'm going to go with stupidity. And bad damage control on the Ark Royal in the case of they didn't understand the own instructions. I've got 10 minutes till 10 o'clock, so hopefully I can get through the remainder of these questions. Tim Sims, thank you. Take care. And I got Rodarius Rozowski. I got AstraZeneca on 6. Good for you. That's what I had. Gahaman, I'm just lurking today. I've now reached Bitcheron's super chat, so I don't know where it is in relation to the rest of the chat, but that's where I've got to. Hello, Richard Orter. Crazy Locker. Free-for-all style QAs and a hoot. They are. They're a lot of fun. Rabreza, is there ever a case where using a warship to run cargo is advantageous? They did it a lot in World War II with some of the very, very high value cargoes because they needed to make sure they got through. High value, low density, although I'm not sure the gold on HMS Edinburgh count as low density. Let's say da-da-da-da-da. Bud Guy 1829. How well do you think Task Force 34 would do against Center Force in the Battle of Samar? Let me just remind myself what's in the Center Force in Battle of Samar. Let's see. Task Force 34. I doubt the Japanese would have enjoyed it because that's a fairly formed up battle group. Let's be honest, Task Force 34 looks fairly capable. But there is a small problem. It, of course, is in the wrong place. So that's the thing. They could have probably done something interesting. And you might have had the battle we've all been dreaming of, and that you might have ended up with the full-on Yamato battle, battle. But yeah, Task Force 34 is an interesting one. I think, honestly, I think the Japanese might well have withdrawn. I think they might have decided they were going to lose and withdraw. But if they caught them and managed to attack them with torpedoes and get a good torpedo run on them, then that could have been very different. But as Trent McCartney has pointed out, Admiral Lee would have been in command, and the interception would have likely happened at night, and only Yamato had radar in the center force. In which case, Task Force 34 wins, probably. Painfully. It's kind of a rerun of that lovely battle, which, well, let's be honest, the North Cape and other such battles, where radar, let's say, guided battleships have fun. Vision, Dr. AC, think all the emails you have to go through researching today's governance. Oh, that's always fun. I get lots of emails. Some of them I even respond to. I had one recently which I'm still not sure whether I'm going to respond to because they described the beacon system as Baroque. So I'm going, no, it's the flower of 1930s technology. You're wanting a system, you're then comparing it to a system which is the flower of later 1940s technology and going, this is much better. And I'm sort of going, yes, it should be. It's a decade younger. Longer than that, if you think about it. The Congos look very similar to HR's Tiger in layout. As Congo was built in Britain, did one design influence the other? To an extent, yes. Seemingly, USN carrier losses early in World War II largely saved the crews. Japan's losses severe, saving veteran crews helped expand carrier forces. Was it Japanese carrier design or its practices that lost crew? It was the realities of the combat they were found in and the way their forces were grouped together. So I'd say it's operational doctrine. That's good. Something like that. The entire Japanese thinking about war was based on the US doing exactly what was most useful for the Japanese. There are so many war plans which involve that. Vision. As a rail advocate, when writing about passenger rail service, I'm careful to recite as if I'm writing for a layperson, not a rail expert. Or rail fan. You're looking for high value, low volume, not low density. Yeah. Sorry about that one. I think LHDs and even aircraft carriers were used in humanitarian missions. They even loaded with field hospitals, food stuff and such. They have been a user. I don't think Task Force 34 had enough armor piercing to fight for long. It was a land bombardment group. True. To an extent. But they had some, and frankly, especially if they catch them at night, they use the armor piercing, hopefully, to take out the major targets, i.e. the battleships, and then the high explosive on the cruisers, etc. And as we've discussed in many other things, high explosive can still do a lot of damage. Because, yes, your armor might stop the first high explosive shell. Maybe it even stops the second, but will it stop the third? And I appear to have got to the bottom. And I have 2 minutes to go, and I've caught up with it all, it seems. Derp Squad, re-government emails. The storage of any embarrassing emails will invariably be stored next to an operating electromagnet. They'll just be deleted. And there'll be security or an entire system wipe scrub. Rapper is back. Ching Li instead of off at Saraga Strait? Probably. Task Force 34. There's a very nice discussion on it on the World of Warships forum. The Battle That Never Was. Hello, Admiral. Have a good sleep, and if you haven't by this point, translate my good wishes to Mrs. Clark. Well, that'd be my mum, but I will tell her. I hope you're well. As a sister and a mother, there is no Mrs. Clark at the moment. There is a girlfriend. who's hopefully watching this, or possibly sensibly resting. Dirt Squad. Dirt Squad, that's just so bad. That's just so wrong. I'm not even responding to that one. That's just terrible. No. So it seemed like son doing barbecue ribs and I must help him, so I must go do my duty. Have a good evening. Take care, Stephen, and I hope you enjoy the barbecue ribs. 1640. Curious, construction-wise, AP versus HE. For saying the 1650s, so only difference of 50 versus roughly 50 versus 150 pound charge. How the AP was significantly heavier. Well, that's because of the weight of the shell. So give it the armor piercing. So it's the weight of literally the shell of the shell, the case. But, and I mean this in the nicest way. One of the things which is often misunderstood when we start talking about armor and high explosive and like is its capacity to withstand enough shells. So the idea is people sometimes treat like, oh, if I have armor and you have an armored hull and you have high explosive, you won't cause me any damage. Well, actually, the high explosive will first blast probably take out anything like radar, exposed machine gun positions, air defenses, anyone who's sitting on an exposed bridge or any bridge structure, because there are going to be sections which don't have armor. So any of those bits can be damaged by high explosive, for starters. Doesn't need to be AP to damage them. And then, boom, that goes off against my armor. Okay, the armor's shaken up. It's just had a whole load of energy transmitted in it. That's going to cause it to be sort of, whoa. And then another one comes in. That's now, it's maybe that hasn't hit in the same space, but it's still going to cause an impact. And then the third one, it cracks. That is what can happen. This is okay. It's not an exact science because you have to get 3 hits in not too far apart area, which is difficult. But this is the reason why when we start talking about 6-inch shells, I don't use the quantity of high explosive. I'm talking about the number of shells fired. Because if I get one 8-inch hit, that's great. 8-inch armor piercing hit, boom, that'll cause a lot of trouble to you if you're the Graf Spee. But there is a reason the Graf Spee, even once Exeter drops out of the fight, doesn't merely charge Ajax and Achilles and go, well, I can wipe you 2 out now. Partially, they have torpedoes. But also because their 6-inch guns are still causing damage. Mr. Clark asked for Mother's Day. Mother's Day was in March, but thank you. Thank you to that. This is why I'm getting confused. When you're talking about armor stopping the first or second HE shell, I'm assuming you're talking about cruiser level. Yes, I am, but even battleship level armor, okay, against the 6-inch armor high explosive shell, probably is going to hold up for a long time. Although Belfast does take out all the radar and overexpose things on the Scharnhorst, so you know, hey ho. But if you're talking about a 14-inch or 16-inch high explosive shell, well, that's a lot of high explosive. That is a lot of high explosive. And that's a different scenario. Again, my battleship's going to shrug off that to an extent, but it's not going to shrug it off permanently. Hello, DGB40. Why do longer barrels lead to higher muzzle velocity? Wouldn't the increased internal volume of larger barrel lower the pressure of the expanding gas that the shell goes down the barrel? Well, the gas tends to... How do I put this? I have a picture of it somewhere. So, yes, you're right about the gas pressure diminishing as it goes down along the barrel, but it also gives more time for the propellant force to work on the bullets. So it transmits more energy. Whilst the pressure drops in the barrel and along the barrel, it transmits more energy to the shot. Right, it is now 10:05, so I should probably get going. I'm enjoying this too much, but I have to go help pack up. Rivasa, were pop-out fins tried on naval shells for better flight? I think they have been looking at that more recently. I don't think they were looking at it in the 1920s and 30s. Metroids, work hardening. Yeah. So, here's a hypothetical. The HMS Victorious and her battle group versus Indonesian ASHM armed 216 Badgers off the Sunda Strait in 1964. Who wins? It depends on the cap. So she had Sea Vixens aboard her from 8-9 Free Squadron. So yeah, it would have been the Sea Vixens, which would have been the ones which would have been taking the lead in that engagement. It all depends on when the cat manages an intercept. If the cat manages an intercept, then they might well have a chance of stopping them. If they don't, then they have ASHMs inbound and they're trying electronic warfare and early generation missiles, which we saw how they did, but there might be a chance. Let's put it this way: it depends how many missiles get off, and that's the deciding factor. If it's 3 or 4 missiles, they might stand no chance. If it's a lot more missiles, then there's a lot more problems. Madam Merchant, last question. Answer it at your own risk. They're making Sink the Biscuit. They're not really, thank God. Oh, sad. That could be good, but it would depend if it was a Hollywood group running it or a British film company. Is there any lesson known, talked about, in the story you know that you would like more recognition of? The destroyers being involved. The current film is all about cruisers and battleships. Gaijin, there are also soft, squishy bits that can expire from concussion to worry about. Yeah, the humans. Sadly enough, that's often forgotten when we start talking about ships being hit by an explosive. Which we shouldn't do, but we do. We talk about the ships, we forget about the organic bits running around them. Bad guy 8829. Would the Courageous class and N3 class use the same gun? HMS Furious was the one with the 18-inch gun. And I think they would use an evolution of that gun, yes. Also, what do you think of the US 1848 cal guns? They're an interesting idea. Many 1640. I would like to think that perhaps the £100 to £120 charge of, say, 14-inch ATGL will be rather insignificant when start off on the side of a 12-inch thick piece of Class A armour. Absolutely wreck non-armoured areas, and anything else above, would think the majority of damage would be from the kinetic energy from the shell impacting. The first one, yes. The second one? The third one? This is the point about the HE shells. the armor piercing, it speeds up the kill. And that's important in an engagement when you've got both sides firing at each other. If you've got a night engagement and the one side knows where you know where the one side is and the enemy doesn't know where you are, blast away. If you're using your... And also, think about it from this perspective. If I've got limited armor piercing shells, I'm going to use them on the enemy battleships. They're going to be punked as quickly as I can. But if I'm turning a 14-inch high explosive shell on a standard cruiser, that thing's going to cease to exist quite quickly. Doesn't matter how much armor it's got, it's not going to survive that. And thank you, everyone. I'm going to say good night. I hope you've enjoyed this time. I have. I really have, actually. It's been a lot of fun, and thank you to everyone for being here, for chatting away, for asking questions. I hope you've enjoyed the answers. I hope you've learnt something interesting, and I know I have, actually, this evening. I've also got to go brush up on my torpedoes. Luckily, I was right, but, you know, well. Yeah. But I was surprised at how much on the German torpedo has in terms of firepower. That I hadn't remembered, so I'll need to go back and relearn that stuff. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Take care. So, Night Melanie 1640, thank you for the questions. Night Derp Squad, Night Bug Guy 8829, and Constranos. Night Frank Spatasso, Night Bijon. Thank you for the super chat. Night Agnes Flo, Night Calvin Gasberg, Night Derp Squad, Rapid Razorback, take care Sabmerol, take care, thank you Greg Salsky, thank you and Costrasinus, thank you John Shea and Rapid Razorback, I think I said that one already, DGB40, that's who I was looking for, and thank you to Francis Fault, I haven't seen you in a while, so thank you for being here, thank you AdFab, thank you, Darius Zarowski. Thank you, Crazy Locker. Thank you, Samuel Thompson, for the super chat. Thank you. I hope I did manage to answer all the questions. John Shea. Guess I learned something new. I've never heard of rogue waves, but waves underwater, odd but interesting. They are. The internal wave was new to me to an extent. I'd understood about underwater currents. I didn't realise there was an actual term for them, and those waves were actually studied enough to know we knew they might be happening. Thank you, Nicole Ross. Thank you, everyone, for talking, for chatting, for asking questions this evening. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you, Steph Thompson, Tien Wong. And thank you, Sean Mack, for doing the admin duties. Thank you, everyone. And those. Hang on, I noticed me. And thank you, Anouk. And thank you, Speganera and Trent McCartney. And I think I said Crazy Locker, but just in case I didn't. And Stephen White, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And Peter Dawson, thank you. I think I've said everyone. And Albert Zasky, thank you very much as well. Mitchell Oates, thank you. Greg Salsky, Night Heron Productions, Cahedron, thank you both. Richard Author, thank you. And yeah, I think I've got everyone. Thank you, everyone.